That you do?
My name is Reeva and I'm self-employed from Boksburg.
So you've come from Boksburg to watch the sentencing procedures. Why did you decide to come?
I always wanted to see how a court works, but I never wanted to see a hijacking. But with this high profile and being Oscar, I thought this is what I want to do. I'm very fond of Oscar.
Okay.
I wanted him to know that I'm here to support him.
Okay. And tell me, you've come before. Which of the days was sort of the most interesting for you so far? Of what you've watched?
You know, to me it was very traumatic to watch Oscar in the beginning when he was so emotional. I didn't enjoy it, but that to me was, it really touched my heart. And I was very cross with the media to say that it was all a show, because I could see it wasn't. And then to see Mr. Nell, he has the ability to make everybody a liar, and he's very good in doing that, which I didn't approve of, obviously, but his skills are very good. And then Mr. Barry-Roo, being so quiet and yet in control. And Mrs. Masipa, obviously, she really, really impressed me. She's a quiet lady. She looks at everybody, gives everybody time, the time that they need to do their job properly. I was very impressed with her.
All right. Thank you very much.
The accused also relates very well with his siblings. As a result, community-based sentence will sustain the existing social relations and care. Prevention of further criminalization. The accused should be declared unfit to possess firearm in terms of Section 1031F of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000. Evaluation. The accused appears to be a cooperative person whose offending behavior could be managed and modified within the community context through the application of strict conditions prevalent within correctional supervision. The accused's behavior in general is socially acceptable. This is evident in his achievement as a sportsman. However, his encounter with firearms appears to tarnish his good standing and is attributable to the foundation of his troubles with the law.
Mr. Pistorius is suffering from PTSD and major depressive disorder as diagnosed by Dr. Bosch, his psychiatrist, and confirmed in the psycholegal report of Professor Jonathan Scholes and Dr. R.G. Holmes. It is foreseen that Mr. Pistorius will require intensive and ongoing psychotherapy. What we are left with, my lady, we are left with a broken man who has lost everything. He has lost his love relationship with Ms. Steenkamp. He's lost his moral and professional reputation. He's lost friends. He's lost his career and therefore his earning potential and also his financial independence. The nature of the charge of premeditated murder had a ripple effect nationally and internationally, for it played out on the world stage and on a 24-hour television channel in South Africa. This gave rise to numerous experts airing their views on Mr. Pistorius' character and the trial. He was often portrayed in an adverse light, which perpetuated negative perceptions of him to the public who rely on information from the media. This gave rise to a platform of abuse in the media and social networks that had a significantly detrimental effect on his emotional functioning and behavior before and during the course of the trial. The impact on his perception of self and his opportunity for healing was destroyed by the malevolent reports and public comment. Mr. Pistorius has acknowledged that he is essentially a lonely person who finds it difficult to form trusting relationships as a result of his career path and the pressure of international travel and fame. As a result of him standing accused of the premeditated murder of Ms. Steenkamp, he experienced the loss of the mutual friends he shared with Ms. Steenkamp. This was particularly devastating for him at the time when he needed the support of friends the most. He felt isolated as a result of this. Mr. Pistorius' fall from being an icon in world athletics who was revered and celebrated to being vilified and humiliated in some media reports and social networks had a profound effect on his identity of self. Although he was aware and appreciative of the positive support he had also received, Mr. Pistorius experienced himself as utterly worthless, devastated, and guilt-ridden.
Judge Masipa described Oscar Pistorius' ex, Samantha Taylor, as a woman scorned, and didn't find her testimony was enough to convict Pistorius of firing a gun through a car's sunroof. But Samantha Taylor is again in the spotlight. Her mother, Trish, co-authored a book that she says tells her daughter's side of her tumultuous 18-month romance with Oscar Pistorius.
Unfortunately, there were a lot of untruths, mainly out there. And it got to the stage where, as a mom, I felt very protective over her. And it's heartbreaking to read these stories. And we've had media attorneys and advisors, and all of them said to rectify something after it's there is very difficult. If you tell a truth in the beginning, people can choose to believe it or not believe it.
Pistorius and Taylor have both accused each other of cheating. Taylor has also publicly claimed that Reeva Steenkamp had been stalking her on social media. Contrary to some media reports, however, Trish Taylor does not accuse Pistorius of physically abusing her daughter. But she does say that he cheated on her, lied to her, and became obsessive when she broke up with him.
The book may very well support the state's argument that Oscar Pistorius was abusive, controlling, and narcissistic. But Trish Taylor insists it was never her intention to bolster the state's case, that he should be given a heavy sentence.
I think I'll always care for him. I think it's natural human nature. So I think a part of me will always care for him and worry and feel sad for him. You know, I feel sad for where he's ended up and what's happened. I would beg him to go and seek help, see a psychologist, see whoever you need to see. And he's got an amazing side to him that is incredible, but there's a dark side to him and he needs to deal with it.
Taylor's co-author Melinda Ferguson admits that there has been some backlash against the book.
There's a lot of Twitter trash. I'm called trash on Twitter. I'm kind of like just whatever. I think it's kind of good for the book on some level. It's instilled, or rather inspired, a lot of debate.
Whether that debate translates into book sales remains to be seen. But what is clear is that this launch will be the first of many. There are at least another 5 books on Pistorius and Steenkamp on the way. Karen Moore, Johannesburg.
Leaving court for now, at least, awaiting him a frenzy of spectators and journalists, all wanting to catch sight of a vindicated man, guilty but not of murder. Among the crowds, supporters of both the deceased and accused.
Reeva died because of his brutality. Justice should have been served, and courts, it was in the hands of the court, and courts failed Reeva and her family.
I'm fully behind Reeva's family because I am a woman and because her death is inexcusable and Oscar has to go to jail.
They just have to forgive Oscar because he shows a lot of sympathy.
Others, though, seem to sympathize with both families.
I feel very sad for parents and the family because these kind of sentences, these kind of verdicts will never be fair. The one people want him to be, guilty, and the other ones want him to be not guilty. So both families have their children, and it's very costly to them.
It's hard to believe this is the same street where just hours ago the world's media and spectators had gathered to catch a glimpse of Oscar Pistorius. It's much calmer now, but there's no doubt they will converge again when Pistorius returns to court for his sentencing in October. Malungelo Boy, Pretoria.
Reeva's parents moved to Greenbushes shortly after her death last year, and even though no one was home, friends say Reeva's parents usually hide behind these walls, away from prying eyes. Even though the interest in the Oscar Pistorius murder trial has waned in Reeva's hometown, there's a sense of disbelief and anger here in the close-knit community of Greenbushes over Judge Masipa's verdict. Down the road from their home is Judge Steenkamp's pub, the Barking Spider. Although our camera was not allowed inside, patrons watched the judgment live on TV.
He puts 4 shots in, he's used to a gun, and you tell me that that's the right decision? Never. He's got away with murder.
Their sentiments are echoed by many at the Fairview Racecourse, where Reeva's father Barry works as a horse trainer. No one here wanted to comment out of respect for the family. Photographer Mark West, who took Reeva's first professional modelling pictures, remembers her as a captivating woman. He too is disappointed by the verdict.
A lot of us wish that she had perhaps, perhaps Oscar had been more forthcoming in the trial and been more honest and more open. Presumably he's wanting to get the best outcome for himself or whatever, but it would have been great if he could have actually been more open and honest as to what actually occurred that night. I think that would have helped a lot of people, especially the family.
The Steenkamp's longtime friend, Belinda Zeely, knew Reeva since she was a little girl.
Well, my finding is that if you've got somebody staying with you or living with you, and you hear something in the bathroom or in the kitchen or anywhere in your house or home, what are you going to ask? You're going to ask for that person, where are they? Or if it is that the person doesn't answer, go look for them. Okay, see where the problem is and why they're not answering you. Just don't pick up a gun and start shooting through a door.
Friends of the family are now hoping for a just sentence for Reeva's death. Sandy McCowan, Port Elizabeth.
You're still under oath, Mr. Van Zyl?
I am indeed, my lady.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Mayor?
May it please the court. Mr. Van Zyl, the first letter on DDD1, that's a letter dated 11th September. Who was that meant to go to?
I was requested by Mr. Brian Weber just to send him a notice of the different charities that Mr. Pistorius was involved with.
So it was done with the intention that you'll give evidence.
I wasn't under the impression that I, at that stage, was going to give evidence, but just asked to supply Mr. Weber with the list of charities that Mr. Pistorius was involved with.
I see. Why would you address it to whom it concerns? Why did you not address it to Mr. Brian Weber?
Lady, there's no specific reason why I didn't specifically address it to Mr. Weber. I just addressed it to whom it concerned. There's no specific reason for me to do it like that.
As a manager of athletes or sportsmen, what do you do?
Could you please just repeat the question, sir?
As a manager of sportsmen, athletes, what do you do?
Milady, first and foremost, we take care of the athlete's professional career in terms of securing competitions for the athlete to compete in globally. Secondly, we look at endorsement and sponsorship opportunities for the athlete to maximize the income potential during the duration of their career. And then thirdly, we also take care of the financial can we say management of the athlete by making use of experts in terms of taxation, investments, seen as the athlete's income potential is over a very short span of time if you have to compare it with any other career. So we need to ensure that these athletes make secure investments for the future to take care of their life after their sport.
You have other athletes that you manage?
I indeed have other athletes that I manage.
Even when you managed Mr. Pistorius, you had other athletes that you managed?
That is correct indeed.
Now, for sportsmen to be involved in charities, that's not peculiar to Mr. Pistorius.
No, it's not only for Mr. Pistorius.
In fact, most sportsmen contribute to charities these days.
That is indeed correct.
In fact, the biggest contribution to charities in America is the PGA.
I don't have that correct figures, but that might well be the case, seen as the amount of money that's involved in professional golf.
Now, what I've also, in the time I had available, managed to look at is that, and I'm going to make a statement and I want you to just tell me if the statement is right or wrong. Charities have become the most successful marketing tool for business and sportsmen alike.
I think based on also legislation that there is corporate social responsibility programs that's put in place, a lot of companies and brands have specifically gone that route also.
And the same with sportsmen. They market themselves by being involved with charities.
That is indeed correct. I think sport allows professional sportsmen the platform globally to leverage whatever charity or fundraising that they can do, and they do indeed raise substantial amount of funds for various charities globally.
Now, if one looks at the charities, and let's just look, UNICEF is a conglomerate of sportsmen and celebrities that become involved in charitable events.
That is correct.
It's not only Mr. Pistorius.
No, not indeed.
In fact, sportsmen would like to be part of UNICEF.
It is indeed an honor when UNICEF actually approaches sportsmen.
So if they approach you, you cannot say no. It will not be clever to say no.
Indeed not clever.
And Mr. Pistorius was approached by UNICEF and he became involved, like any other sportsman would do.
That is correct.
Good. The same with the Laura Sports awards and organisation.
That is indeed correct.
If you approach and you're a sportsman, it will not be clever not to be involved.
It's definitely not clever to be involved, but I think it goes far more than just being clever. It also allows the sportsman the opportunity to really contribute.
I know what you want to say, but if you just follow on the questions, then we get by quicker. Just follow on the questions, then we get by quicker. Again, Mr. Van Sail. Laura Sports approached Mr. Pistorius Laura Sports to become involved. He said yes, he became involved. Am I right?
That's correct, my lady.
Good. We know that Oakley is Mr. Pistorius' one of his big sponsors.
That is correct indeed.
Being a sponsor, you are obligated to do things for your sponsors. Am I right?
That is also indeed correct. That
by getting involved in charitable events by the sponsors.
That is correct.
So, again, if Mr. Pistorius goes out and he helps people with his eyesight, because Oakley wanted him to do so, it's because he's obliged to do so. Am I right?
That is indeed correct.
Good. Same with Nike. It's one of his big sponsors, am I correct?
That is indeed correct.
And he is obliged to get involved in the charitable events that they want him to get involved in.
That is correct.
So, if he gets involved and gives a little girl shoes and things that he got from Nike, it's because Nike wants him to do that.
It is not in this specific case Nike wanted him to do that. We received from Reach for Dream the opportunity where this little girl wanted equipment. The opportunity where this little girl wanted sponsored equipment from Nike to compete. It was just logic for me to approach Nike to see if they would make available. It was just logic for me to approach Nike to see if they would make available out of Mr. Pistorius can donate to this specific kid.
Brilliant, that's how I read your letter.
Mr. Pistorius can donate to this specific kid.
Brilliant, that's how I read your letter. So, what happened is, Mr. Pistorius contributed nothing. Am I right?
If one can interpret it, if it's the case like that Mr. Pistorius did not contribute nothing.
Good. Now, you see, I've gone through, I only had a couple of hours to do this, but I've gone through this document of yours. Now, this deals and mainly with, and it repeats itself, with what he had to do with Mr. Sebastian Coe. Am I right? That was for which?
That's International Inspiration, which was the official charity for the London Olympic Games.
Yes. What he had to do for Mr. Bobby Charlton. What was that?
That is the charity, I can't recall the specific name now, but that is involved with landmine victims and also the eradicating of landmines in different countries.
And again, all those things, we're dealing with well-known sport icons like Sebastian Coe, Bobby Charlton, and they invited Mr. Pistorius to become involved.
That is correct.
Again, if you invite any of your other athletes to become involved, it would not be clever for them not to become involved.
That is correct.
So the fact is that it's merely an advancement of your career to become involved.
If one want to look at it that way, one can perceive it as that. I think that a lot of sportsmen actually really want to make a difference and contribute.
But as a bonus, as a flip side, it really enhances their careers and their marketability.
Again, one can look at it as that.
Good. Strathclyde. Is that a business opportunity for Mr. Pistorius?
No, that is indeed not a business opportunity. Strathclyde University in Glasgow was already busy developing a foot, and with Mr. Pistorius' foundation, we really saw the synergy by working closely together with them in developing this foot, whereby this can then be supplied to victims all over the world.
Oh, then before I carry on, I'm going to go through your bundle. Do you perceive Mr. Pistorius as a victim in this case?
if you can maybe just allude, sir, in terms of
I'm
what do you
asking
mean by victim?
He's a victim, he's suffering. People are doing this to him.
I'm sorry, I don't follow you at the moment.
Okay. The fact that he does not have the opportunities that he had, who do you blame for that?
If you refer to specifically the opportunities currently that Mr. Pistorius don't have, I don't see Mr. Pistorius as a victim at all.
Okay, let me say. The fact that he's not being invited to address people at huge gatherings, who do you blame for that?
Mr. Pistorius can only be blamed that for himself.
You see, that's what I thought, but that's not what I read. He can only be blamed for himself because he killed someone. Am I right? Why should he be blamed? Because he killed someone and was convicted. Am I right?
That is correct in terms of the court's ruling and judgment.
Now, if you would just open what you have there in front of you at page 108.
Page 108?
Yes. Are you there?
Excuse me, sir?
Sorry, I just want to ensure that the court is ready.
Oh,
then
on the
we'll
same
carry on.
page.
You're there. You sent an email on the 22nd of September to Mr. Weber. Am I right? To Mr. Roo.
That is correct.
And you said, this is a photograph of Oscar addressing an audience on disability awareness.
Indeed.
And what did you then say?
These platforms are now all taken away by the state and media.
So the state and the media has taken away the platform. How did you work that out?
I was specifically referring to a lot of false reporting by the media of the specific incident.
No, but why would false reporting on an incident where accused shot and killed somebody be to blame and not what he did?
In terms of my view, I think if media reported facts correctly, maybe there would have been some still opportunities for Mr. Pistorius available.
You see, but let us just go back. Remember where we started. I said, who's to blame? You said Mr. Pistorius is to blame because he shot and killed the deceased. Now you blame the media. How do you bring the two together?
As I referred, my lady, I think that if it was handled with a bit more respect in the media, it could have been different for Mr. Pistorius.
So you say if the media said that he fired 4 shots through a door, well knowing that there's somebody in the door, and that he didn't subjectively foresee the possibility that he could kill somebody, but objectively the reasonable man would have, the people would still have invited him to address big platforms after he's killed somebody.
My lady, I can confirm that there are still people out there that have actually wanted Mr. Pistorius to tell his story of motivation and inspiration to the world, and that the legacy that he's left behind are still relevant today.
So people would want to listen to Mr. Pistorius still after he's killed somebody. Is that what you're saying? And you blame the media?
Lady, yes, I have in fact received still invitations for Mr. Pistorius to do indeed address audiences in terms of sharing his life story and his achievements and hope of inspiration to people.
Why do you blame the state?
That is an error of judgment on my part. and for that I can only apologize.
No, you see, that's not that easy. You wrote it. Am I right? You wrote it.
I wrote
That's what you wrote.
That is indeed correct.
You blame the state and the media for the fact that Mr. Pistorius cannot address audiences on disability awareness. Why do you blame the state for doing their job?
Again, as I said, that was an error of judgment on my part.
Isn't it merely, Mr. Van Zyl, because you don't want to admit that you view Mr. Pistorius as a poor victim of this case?
No, I don't view Mr. Pistorius as a poor victim.
That is the only inference I can make. These platforms are now all taken away by the state and the media. I don't understand that. Why?
As I've said, as far as the state's concerned, that's poor judgment on my part. In terms of the media, I've already elaborated how I perceive it.
Okay, let us, you see, semantics is a strange thing. Poor judgment. Is it poor judgment that you included it? Was it poor judgment that you used? Should you not have put it in there, but that's what you think? That's a question.
No, that is poor judgment to include the state, and I don't think that.
You don't think that?
Nope.
I'm going to move on, but I find it very strange that you would put something in that you don't even think. That doesn't make sense to me. Do you want to respond or not?
I've already responded.
Did somebody ask you to say that?
No one told me to say that.
Okay. Now, then I'm flabbergasted. Firstly, you don't think it. Nobody asked you to put it in, but it found its way in. How is that possible?
As I said, it was error of poor judgment on my side.
Okay. Mr. Van Zyl, I have to say that the answer of poor judgment in this instance really doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. And I'm going to give you one last opportunity, and then I'm moving on. Is that your answer, and that's the answer you want the court to accept?
That is my answer.
Good. Let us just carry on and go through this bundle of yours. And I cannot deal with everything. I mean, if one goes through this in detail, it's quite a lot of documents.
We're still dealing with DDD. DDDD.
It's DDDD. 4 Ds.
Thank you. Yes.
Now, can I ask you, yesterday, and you indicated what you thought the rationale was behind the doctorate that was bestowed on Mr. Pistorius. What was that, as far as you're concerned?
The doctorate that was bestowed on Mr. Pistorius was for the work he's done in conjunction with the University of Strathclyde for developing a specific prosthetic that would have been used by Mr. Pistorius' foundation to supply to victims of landmines and people that has lost limbs that cannot afford or does not have the financial means or medical ability to have prosthesis.
You see, that's what I heard yesterday. But if I look at, I don't want to repeat DDDD, but can I just repeat from now, just refer to the page numbers? We're just referring to DDD.
No, I just wanted to make sure we still, I heard you mention something, I'm not going to repeat what you said.
Page 7 of the bundle you have in front of you.
Yes.
Will that suffice?
Yes.
Have you actually read that?
This is the document that the principal of the university read during the graduate ceremony that was held when Mr. Pistorius received his honorary doctorate.
Exactly. In the end, he said, it's with great pleasure therefore, Principal and Vice Chancellors, that with the authority of the Senate, I ask you to confer upon Oscar Pistorius the degree of Doctor of the University's honoris causa. I'm asking you different. Have you read this?
I have read this document.
So that is the reason, in this document, why they bestowed the doctorate on him.
As far as I'm concerned, the work that we've done, and when we were approached by the University of Strathclyde, was for the work that Mr. Pistorius has done and we're going to do with them in rolling out his foundation and with this foot that was going to be supplied and given to people and giving people the gift of mobility.
I hear what, as far as you're concerned. I'm dealing with something different, Mr. Van Zyl. You said page 7 and 8 was read out when the doctorate was bestowed. It explains why the university or organization gave him a doctorate. Have you read it?
Yes, I've read this document in 2012 when Mr. Pistorius was bestowed with this honorary doctorate.
In preparation for your evidence, you did not read it again?
No, I did not read it again.
You had this document in your possession and you forwarded it to the defense?
That's correct.
Now, I've read it last night. I had to. There's nothing about the work done. Or let me rather rephrase. Mr. Pistorius been bestowed a doctorate for what he's achieved from a young age through sport. And that's why this was bestowed on him.
That was part of it, as far as I'm concerned, with the work that we've done on a number of occasions that we did visit university, and we spent a lot of time at the university's lab working with Professor Burney. I think he's also mentioned in one of these documents where him and Mr. Pistorius with his team of students were working on designs, on material composites, on rolling out and production capacities and all that. To my understanding, that was also a huge part of why Mr. Pistorius also received this.
That's what you want to say, but that's not what the document. And that's what we have. We have the document. You handed in this document. You were led on this document. In this document, the speech read out by the person bestowing this paints a different picture. You want the court to think that he was bestowed a doctorate because of his charitable work. It's not so. Would you like us to go through page 7? Let's do that. It starts with a quote about the essence of winning. The will to prepare to win is strong in Oscar Pistorius. He's not only a world-class athlete, but a celebrity as sportsman. He has become a role model and inspiration for disabled and non-disabled people. A winner whose winnings habit has been powered by dedication, commitment, and unshaken determination. At 11 months old, Oscar's life changed. It gave him a different pathway to most children. At age 17, he broke the 100 meters world record. Oscar's story in athletics has ever been as much. Are you following?
I'm following.
I'm reading the first sentence of each paragraph. We will now all know Oscar is the Blade Runner. He took on a National Association of Athletics who had banned him from the all-able-body sport following in 2007. He took them on. There's a famous victory won through persistence. The off-track victory opened the door to London. Competing at London was a historic achievement. For me, the most memorable event of the whole London Olympics involves Kirani James, the eventual winner of the 400 final, and Oscar Pistorius exchanging name tags. In a later interview, James said something. James went on, that's an athlete. Let's turn the page. Crossing over into elite able-bodied events, he helped allow people to see a person differently. Oscar's track success are many since entering, but his place in history is that he opened the door for disabled athletes. His place in history is that he opened the door for disabled athletes to compete on merit in the Olympics and other events. Oscar is a true ambassador for his sport. And so you can go on. There's nothing about anything else. This was bestowed on him.
No, my lady. And so he can go on. Maybe Mr. Nell must. In all fairness, he must read the last 4 paragraphs as well. It's not, and so it can go on. It's very different.
I'll do that. Celebrity is not what is important here. It's more about what celebrity allows someone to achieve. He's an ambassador for Laureate Sports Award. He works with the eNCA Foundation. Oscar is also beginning to work with UNICEF as the head of
My lady, with respect, I think we must, if we read something, we can't read it halfway. You can't leave out a major support of charities associated with humanitarian causes. He just skips that. It's unfair.
Mr. Nel, is there a reason why you're skipping that?
No, my lady, just because Mr. Baru is well entitled to a re-examination, follow this up. There's a reason. I just want to get by. I just want to get this in. But, my lady, now that Mr. Baru objected, I already told him, I have no objection to doing that.
Please.
But, my lady, Mr. Baru knows that he has an opportunity to re-examine, and he should use that.
I understand that, but I'd rather you read the whole thing.
Yes, as a good way.
Yes.
Let us read. He is an ambassador for, let's start. While playing extremely well, it may however be some time before he gets to compete in the Open. Now, that was a joke about golf. Correct. Celebrity is not what's important here. It's more about what celebrity allows someone to achieve for the cause of others. Oscar, the athlete and celebrity, is also a major supporter of charities associated with humanitarian causes. Let's see which. He's an ambassador for Laureate Sports for Good, a global charity operating in 34 countries using sport to reach out to change the life of children and youth whose lives are threatened by violence, HIV and lack of education. But we know that there are many sports people involved in the Laureate Sport for Good, am I right?
There's a panel, that's indeed correct.
But there are lots of sports people involved there.
That's what I'm saying. There's a panel of athletes that has been nominated to be on the panel and be a brand ambassador for Laureate.
He works with the Mindseeker Foundation. That's Bobby Charlton's foundation, am I right?
No, that's a different foundation.
Okay, initiative dedicated to detection, identification, and removal of landmines. It's sobering to think that there are 100 million landmines scattered through the most impoverished and war-torn parts of our planet, and every 19 minutes someone is maimed or killed by a landmine. Oscar is also beginning to work with UNICEF, and we expect that the humanitarian work he will undertake will benefit from the passion and determination he has shown on track, and he will be a powerful advocate for those affected. We have that. As the head of biochemical engineering at Strathclyde, we see our mission to provide training and innovation that can better people's lives. With this honorary award to Oscar, we wish to not just recognize Oscar's remarkable past achievements, but his future commitments and drive to help people and children affected by disability. But the point I'm making is, it's not, as you said, it's because of his work with Strathclyde. It's his achievements in the past, focusing on his athletics, and some of the charities he's been involved in. Am I right?
As I've stated earlier, my lady, sport is a platform that allows an athlete a global stage where you can launch your foundations to do good work, and this was why also the association with Strathclyde was formed. In terms of the degree, yes, it was also bestowed on Mr. Pistorius as per this document, but also in my discussions with the professors in the labs, they were also very impressed with Mr. Pistorius' time that he spent and effort he's put in designing and helping with the materials, the composites of the specific food that will enable people globally to benefit from the gift of mobility. And this was all being planned to be rolled out in July of 2013.
We dealt with that. Can you turn to page 13, please? This was the invitation to get involved with UNICEF, am I right?
This was one of the numerous number of communication that we did receive from UNICEF, and indeed one of the persons that made contact with us.
And page 14 and 15 just takes further, where they invite you at page 15, they say, second last paragraph, do let me know if you would be interested in supporting us, if you would like more information about the program. And in the letters they say they will explain to you what this is all about. So Mr. Pistorius, through you, was invited to form part of UNICEF.
That is correct, and as I've stated before, it is indeed an honor when an organization like that invites you to be part of them.
And page 16, I mean, it's clear that Mr. David Beckham was also involved. And this is a photo shoot that we'll see lots of email about, where they wanted photos taken from Mr. Beckham and Mr. Oscar with the children. and other athletes.
What page are you?
16.
Page 16,
my lady.
16.
Yes, my lady. 16. It's lines 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, my lady.
Thank you.
Line 14.
Thank you.
So in this photo shoot they had, it was not only Mr. Pistorius, it was also with Mr. David Becker.
There were various celebrities involved in various projects. How these charities work is they would nominate different athletes, different countries, and allocate different projects to different athletes or different sporting stars to go and attend.
You see, what I find, I had to go through everything now, what I find strange is that page 18, my lady, that you would think it's significant that Mr. Pistorius would refer somebody to Dr. Versveld. A doctor he knows. Why would it be significant if he refers somebody to a doctor he knows?
Because I think this can make a difference in this kid's life. He could have just ignored it.
But do you really want to tell the court that the mere fact that he responded to an email by referring somebody to a doctor is significant? Doesn't that happen every day by everyone?
Again, as I said, I think it is significant because I also know that Mr. Pistorius indeed followed up by phone calls about this specific instance of this request that we did receive on his website. And this is only one of hundreds of requests that we do receive or did receive globally prior and just post London 2012.
Now, I will ask you a question because, it's included and we talk about it. If you get a query like that, you would also do your utmost to refer them to a doctor you know.
That is indeed correct.
And so and most people would do that.
I think the common person would definitely do that.
Okay. So it's not only peculiar to Mr. Pistorius by referring somebody to a doctor. Let us then deal with the charity driven by Mr. Bobby Charlton that we find on page 20, am I right?
That is correct.
So what the sports personalities really did is they became involved to show their support for Mr. Bobby and his charitable work. They support him, that's his charitable work, am I right?
That is indeed correct. These, if you are referring to the specific personalities that's mentioned here?
Yes. So in Mr. Pistorius becoming involved, he is supporting Mr. Bobby Charlton.
Mr. Pistorius actually did not become involved, as I testified yesterday. This was one of the charities where we saw an overlap, where it would be duplication of Mr. Pistorius' own foundation that we wanted to roll out. So we wanted to focus more of Mr. Pistorius' time on his own foundation.
We're talking about September 2011. So he said no in September 2011 because he was working on his own foundation that wasn't even in place in 2013.
As I said, my lady, we were already starting to work on plans where Mr. Pistorius already had the idea of his own foundation after Athens 2004, when he witnessed the lady walking for the first time in 20 years. And that was the idea that we played with at this stage to see where we can get involved and would we want to get involved. And the future plan was that we would not get involved in this specific charity. We would rather focus on the charity of Mr. Pistorius going forward.
Okay. So, and his charity going forward was not in existence in February 2013.
In February 2013, we still haven't completed the foot and the development with Strathclyde University, and the plan was to roll it out in July of 2013, while Mr. Pistorius hopefully would have then qualified for the World Championships in Moscow in 2013, which would then allow us a platform where the global media's attention would have been on him to announce the launch of his foundation and the work that the foundation would have done going forward.
Your other athletes, are they involved in charitable work?
They are indeed.
Every one of them?
Not everyone. It all depends on what level you are. The higher your profile is, the more visible you become. It's easier to leverage you as a sportsman in obtaining and helping obtaining funds for these specific charities that you want to get involved in.
So all your good athletes with a high profile are involved in charitable work?
Most of them are involved, not all of them.
Okay. So again, it's not peculiar, the involvement in charities for Mr. Pistorius. Did your other athletes do the same?
As I said, most of my athletes that is at that same kind of level do get involved in charitable work from time to time.
Now let us deal with 24. 24 is the Oakley initiative, am I right?
Page 24. This was one of a few Oakley initiatives. This is one where a specific piece of eyewear.
Hold on.
Sorry, my lady, it's page 24.
Thank you. Yes, please proceed.
This was a specific campaign that Oakley wanted to run where they had designed or got specific sporting stars that they do endorse to design a specific piece of eyewear. And then each specific piece of eyewear would have been auctioned off online. And then the funds for this would then be donated to a specific charity. And then each athlete had to nominate a specific charity that they felt that they wanted it to be nominated to.
Now, two things. Firstly, there were other sports stars involved. It's not only Mr. Pistorius.
That's correct.
Secondly, it's an Oakley initiative, was his sponsor, and he was obliged to take part.
That is correct.
Good. Which charity did he nominate?
The charity that was actually nominated was Impossible to Possible.
Where is that?
It's down at the page there, where this Oakley suggested a couple of charities that they wanted to have benefiting from this.
Okay. So Mr. Pistorius did not pick some. They said, in the event that we do not hear from you, the team decided they will proceed with Impossible to Impossible for Oscar.
If we look at the date, my lady, 27 June, Mr. Pistorius at that stage, I can recall, was traveling to a competition, and Oakley had a specific deadline whereby they had to put all this online, that which charity will be nominated for each athlete. And I couldn't reach Mr. Pistorius in time. And then, as I said, and as per the communication here, the charities that they nominated here was Impossible to Possible.
That's a reason, that's an excuse. But the answer is, Impossible to Impossible was picked by Oakley, not Mr. Pistorius. That was the question. I understand the excuse.
That's correct.
Good. And Mr. Van Zyl, I don't want you to get the wrong impression. I'm not saying that Mr. Pistorius was not involved in charitable events. I'm just saying that it's a matter of course to be involved in charitable events for athletes. It's not peculiar. Do you understand that?
It is not only Mr. Pistorius. I can concur that it is commonplace that athletes, global sporting icons, do get involved. And once again, that is the ideal opportunity and platform where you can leverage and make sure that you can contribute.
Now, because it's clear, and that's, I accept your answer, but it's clearly illustrated at 29. That even before, well, at the time that first let me ask a question. When did Mr. Pistorius become involved in international inspiration?
Mr. Pistorius became involved in international inspiration in the beginning of June, as far as I can recall.
2012.
2012, when the initiative was launched.
Because at that time already, My lady's paragraph, page 29, second paragraph of the letter.
Yes, I've got it.
International Inspiration has achieved its goal of reaching 12 million children in 20 countries by 2012. Through the power of sport, in fact, this target has been exceeded. This figure is up to almost 13 million. It's been an ongoing thing with sports people assisted international inspiration. And they're doing great work, it seems.
That is correct.
Good.
As per the numbers here from Lord Co. I can only, if I may add here, my lady, the reason why Mr. Pistorius was only added in June is because only then Mr. Pistorius qualified to compete in the Olympic Games. And that was when Lowcock and Lord Co felt that they would want Mr. Pistorius' involvement now to leverage it to the next level and using Mr. Pistorius post the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Now, you've included at page 31 a document indicating that Mr. Pistorius was invited to become a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador. Is that what we're dealing with there?
This is indeed communication that Mr. Pistorius received directly from this specific gentleman.
And we can clearly see that it's an honorary title given to a celebrity with outstanding achievements in a particular field that can inspire universally and be a role model for people across the world. Am I right?
That's correct.
Again, we have very many other United Nations Goodwill Ambassadors, sports people. Am I right?
That is correct. And specific mention is here Zinedine Zidane, Ronaldo, Didier Drogba.
Yeah, good. I'm not, I can't deal with every page, but I'm not going to. I think we should move on. And then, in going through this document, I then came across duplications of pages. Did you pick it up?
There are some duplications, specifically some of the photographs.
And letters.
And I think there might be one or two duplications of letters. I didn't compile this final pack.
You didn't compile the final pack?
Nope.
I see. We deal at 35. It's still the ongoing invitation to become involved as a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador. Am I right?
Page 35?
Yeah. You agree with that?
It's still communication from the gentleman from the United Nations.
I'll carry on now, my lady, if I just have a minute. Let us just carry on. If one then turns to page 39, and I haven't picked up all the duplications, I just want to ask you if you agree that 39 and 42, those are duplications of letters. First, I would like to apologize for the late response. Can you check it?
I am on page 39.
Okay, then just go to page 42. You see, those are duplications of the same letter.
That is indeed correct.
Could you go to page 38? And 41. Those are duplications of the same letter, am I right?
That is correct.
I had questions, but I'm accepting your explanation that you were not involved in the compilation of this document.
That's correct.
And you didn't pick it up before you gave evidence?
Nope, I did not pick it up.
Then, if we could turn to page 44. Again, that's an invitation for Mr. Pistorius to become involved, to be part of the amazing collection of inspirational people to serve as an ambassador for Beyond Sport.
That is correct.
Did he become involved there?
Mr. Pistorius did become involved. He did do events for them down in Cape Town.
Okay. Now 45. Is that still Beyond Sport?
This was still Beyond Sport.
They wanted him just to provide a photograph that they can use in an advertisement.
This was one of the things. Mr. Pistorius had to attend a panel discussion, which he did down in Cape Town, and then also they wanted a specific photograph of Mr. Pistorius that they wanted to use. And then Mr. Pistorius also attended a clinic with various other sports stars in Gugulethu and Kailicha.
Yes. And the previous year, we can see that they used a photo of Mr. Lucas Khadebe and Mr. Ali Bacher. If you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see it.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. If we turn the page and go to 47, that's still UNICEF, am I right?
This was still communication with UNICEF.
So it's nothing new, it's what we dealt with when we started.
That is correct.
48. Now, the visit to Doha, that was a money-making visit.
The visit to Doha was dual purpose, and Mr. Pistorius was requested to run a race, as I mentioned yesterday, against a racehorse, and also further events that Mr. Pistorius was requested to attend. And then we also then got invited to do charity work to raise awareness for children with disability within Qatar. And for me, in my purpose, in maximizing my athletes' income opportunities, if I can combine a business trip with a charity, I would call that good business.
No, you know, I've read the document, and obviously I don't have all the facts. But wasn't this all in one? We'll pay you to run against the horse, but then you also have to do other things like visit schools and visit this and do that. Because there's a program where this is all included, am I right? So it's all in one, it's paid for everything.
As I stated, my lady, I saw the opportunity where I could combine charity work and business, and hence I structured a deal for Mr. Pistorius with the specific company and also then with charity organizations in the region. But the charity organization in the region, that was part of the package deal. That's what I'm saying. That's what I read. He's been paid to do that. And it's fine. If you're paid to do charity work, it's fine. But that's what happened on this trip. Again, as I state, there was a specific price that I negotiated for the race, and we then included the charity work on top of that. You see, perhaps it's semantics. You agreed to the charity work that they suggested. Isn't that better? We agreed to the charity work because we feel that there was an ideal opportunity. Yes, we did agree. So you didn't include it. They suggest something. You say, if I get this price, I will do this. This is what actual fact what happened. As I said, that I saw the opportunity to structure a deal, and that's what I did. Yeah. Good. Now we have lots of pages that it's all dealing with the horse and the charities that they wanted you to attend. Then we deal with the instance where Mr. Pistorius had to attend a function. He was
remunerated to the amount of 20,000 rand, which he could give to a charity. And he did that. He gave the 20,000 rand to 2 children to buy them equipment. Am I right?
Milady, we initiated, and Mr. Pistorius initiated the idea that he would do this event, or he was invited to do the event, but then he initiated the idea that he wished to donate the funds he was getting from this for this specific request that we received for this young child for prosthetics.
That's not how I read the documents. I read the documents that they say if he would attend, they would donate 20,000 rand to the charity of his choice. He had a choice, but it's not as they paid him 20,000 rand and he gave it to charity.
Again, yeah.
What document are you on?
Excuse me?
What document are you talking about?
62, my lady.
62.
62.
Thank you.
Page 62.
Yes. And further, I mean, it's 62, 63, 64.
62 is a totally separate...
Okay, 63 then. Then I've got that wrong. But let's go to 63 then. I apologize. I see you reading. Can you remember it, or do you have to read to remember really what happened?
I remember, as I said, I clearly remember this. Mr. Pistorius did an event for the yearling sales, and in my discussions with this specific person, we said that Mr. Pistorius wanted to donate the funds he was going to receive from this, and we were then told that we can nominate any charity of Mr. Pistorius' choice. But then during that period we received this request from this young girl, which Mr. Pistorius then decided that he would use that money and we would refer the young girl to Mr. Trevor Brockman, his protestist, so that payment can be made for the equipment for these 2 kids.
Okay, let me interrupt myself by saying, when you said that Mr. Pistorius used his own funds to make prosthetics for kids and adults alike, does that include this 20,000 rand?
No, this 20,000 rand, as I said, indirectly, this is money that Mr. Pistorius has earned, but he has made available and came with a suggestion that using this funds, he will donate these funds.
Okay, now I understand that paragraph. Can you please go to page 1, because that paragraph bothered me. Just page 1, please. Second last paragraph.
I also wish to point out that it's something that with this kind nature Mr. Pistorius wanted to be kept private. With the assistance of his own prosthetist, Mr. Trevor Brockman, Mr. Pistorius was using some of his own funds to make prosthetics for kids and adults alike who could not afford to pay for it.
So this 20,000 rand that he got because he spoke at an event, that's his own funds?
In this specific instance, this is, as I said, money that Mr. Pistorius has earned, but he's made it available for these kids. But there was other occasions, which I can also point out, that Mr. Pistorius did use his own funds. Specifically, a young lady that was working, if I can recall, about 5 years ago at the RWIP clinic, where Mr. Pistorius made available his own funds to pay for her prosthetics.
Now, let us just get an answer. I know you want to say lots of things, Mr. Van Zyl. I understand that. I was saying, when you wrote this letter, this 20,000 rand that he got for speaking at the yearling sale, you view as own funds.
Well, it is money Mr. Pistorius would have earned for himself, but he then made it available to pay for this kids.
So they would have paid him 20,000 rand to go speak there, and he said, I don't want the money. But that's not how I read it.
As I said, I was in telephone communication with the specific person and said that, yes, Mr. Pistorius will speak, but instead of paying Mr. Pistorius, we would want to pay for this specific children's prosthetics.
Well, I hear what you're saying. That's not how I read it, but it's not that important. What's more important is that this is what you mean with own funds. It's not that he dug into his savings to pay.
Well, in this specific instance, it's money that he earns for doing something, which he then utilized to pay for other children. So it is money that Mr. Pistorius could have earned and kept. And as I also stated, that there are previous incidents where Mr. Pistorius did in fact use some of his own funds to pay for prosthetics.
Yeah, and you remember one in Arwap. We don't have any detail of it. You can tell us whatever you want to.
I can include stacks of documents, my lady, for various events that Mr. Pistorius did. Another one that I can, if the court would indulge me, Netcare has got a trauma unit at what I know is the old Cottesloe Hospital in Auckland Park, where patients are either going to receive operations or just had amputations done. And Mr. Pistorius has also spent some of his own time there with these patients, giving them encouragement, telling them what to expect, also post-operation work. So there is various documents that I did not even include here.
Yes, no, I have that, but what we have is what you included in your evidence. Let us deal with page 79 and further. That is international inspiration. We dealt with it. It's just further documents about the same thing, am I right?
This is documents just illustrating the actual work that was done with international inspiration.
Yes, but we dealt with that. That's. Then we go to 89. 79, because all of this that follows is international inspiration. Then we go to 88. 89 is also still international inspiration, things that you got involved with there. Why would, page 92, why would the invitation to attend a benefit dinner of Mr. Novak Djokovic be important, extraordinary?
Mr. Pistorius and Mr. Djokovic had the opportunity to meet each other during the Laureate Sports Awards in beginning of 2012. They have formed a friendship, and they were putting plans into place that if they can maybe have synergy between the two charities and raising funds together.
So what we have there is that Mr. Djokovic invited him to dinner. He went to dinner, a charity dinner.
Mr. Pistorius did not end up going because it was still during the Paralympic Games.
So all the reason why it was included is because he was invited.
It's to illustrate that the work that Mr. Pistorius intends doing going forward with his foundation and the opportunities that he has as a sportsman on a global stage to do these kind of charity events.
If we then turn and we look at page 95, we dealt with that. Those are the photo opportunities that he had, and I forgot the name of the soccer player, David Beckham had. It's that event that we're talking about.
No, this is something totally different that was done in South Africa for local charity organizations in South Africa.
For whom was that done?
The photographer himself, he used these photos himself for his own work that he was doing, and he asked if Mr. Pistorius would be willing to make himself available for photos.
I see. Let us go to 96. I think we dealt with it, but this is now just where we can find it. It was Mr. Pistorius gave the little girl that one can see at page 99 and 100 shoes and Nike kit. Am I right?
That's correct.
But he got it from his normal Nike budget. We can see that on page 96.
That is indeed correct.
So it's things that he got from them. It's not that he's digging into his savings to help the girl.
No,
he has a Nike budget and he gave it to her.
Not in this instance.
But why not in this instance?
As I said, the specific request was for Nike equipment, and Mr. Pistorius made available some of the equipment from his own or allocated budget that he have with Nike.
Yeah. If we go to 103, that's Oakley, again, obligation towards his sponsors, am I right?
That is the one-site campaign I referred to with the photographs on page 104 and 105.
Yeah, and those are things that we dealt with earlier when we started as well.
No, the one previously was where a specific piece of eyewear was auctioned off. This was specifically done in Mamelodi, where Mr. Pistorius went with the Oakley team where they tested eyes of people.
Again, it's an obligation to his sponsors.
It is indeed an obligation.
Good. I'm going to deal with page 117. Right? This particular letter wasn't addressed to you, am I right?
No, it's not addressed to me.
It was addressed to Mr. Weber.
That's correct.
It was emailed to his office.
That is correct.
When did you see this for the first time?
On last Friday.
Okay, so
past Friday, what was it, 10th?
So, and that is your knowledge of this letter. You saw it on the 10th, and it was included in the bundle that you had to give evidence about.
That is correct.
Okay. The same with page 120. Catherine Lamb addressed the email to the office of Mr. Weber Wenzel, indicating that Mr. Pistorius was involved in November 2011 in Tanzania. You don't know anything about this email. Am I right? You know about the event, but not about the email.
I know about the names. As I said, I have given the names in the beginning of the different charities that Mr. Pistorius was involved with.
Yeah, and that's what you know. I'm just surprised that we include in a bundle that you give evidence about things that you know nothing about, like page 117 and page 120. You don't know about this email.
My lady, with respect, to put things that he knows nothing about is not answered. Does he know about the letter itself? That's very different to say he doesn't know about the contents.
You know nothing about the letter. You testified about the letter you know nothing about. Am I right? It's easy as that.
I don't follow.
I mean, what you did is, last Friday they showed you a letter, page 117. Who showed you that letter?
I was showed these letters by Mr. Brian Weber, and these letters, as I said, are all different charities and feedback from the different people that Mr. Pistorius did work with, just to confirm.
And he said, now you've seen the letter, go give evidence about the letter.
No, I was not asked to specifically give evidence about it.
But you have yesterday. It's in your bundle.
Was he specifically drawn to
yes,
page 117?
He was
and
indeed.
120?
He was.
Yes.
Page 117
yes.
was specifically that we discussed that this is the lady from OSA that worked with Mr. Pistorius, and just her experience of what it was like to work with Mr. Pistorius.
Then the same with 120. You know about the instances, you both know about the names, but you know nothing about this email. Am I right? Or am I wrong? I might be wrong.
No, as I said, I gave the contact persons names of all the people that Mr. Pistorius did work with to Mr. Weber, and emails was then obviously sent to obtain confirmation, and in some instances then also experiences of what it was like to work with Mr. Pistorius, as per these replies.
Now, if one deals with 1, 2, 3, That deals with the Doha visit.
That is correct.
Okay. Now that's also a letter that was sent by the lady that organised some of the events to Mr. Brian Webber, not to you.
If you can just repeat, sir.
I mean, Karen Al-Karouf. It is, the way I read this, is a lady that organised some of the events in Doha.
She did organise some of the charity events in Doha.
I have that.
School visits and the like.
I have that. She sent this email to Mr. Webber, not to you.
Again, as I stated, I gave all the contact details, and Mr. Webber obtained confirmation of these events, and also then some of these people then replied with what it was like to work with Mr. Pistorius.
Now, if we just deal with the second portion of your evidence. Oh, before we go there. Yeah. No. Let's deal with the second portion of the evidence. You've indicated yesterday that you have not discussed future events with Mr. Pistorius.
I have not discussed any future athletic competitions or Mr. Pistorius's career with him. As I stated yesterday, I made a conscious decision between myself and Mr. Ampilo that we would only discuss this with Mr. Pistorius once the trial has been concluded. As there's too many uncertainties, we cannot plan a career for an athlete if we do not know what's going to happen to him.
Does he want to pursue his career?
If, again, Mr. Pistorius has not specifically said to me that he wants to pursue his career. If he wants to pursue his career, myself and Mr. Lowe made it clear to him that we will be available for him the day that he wants to pursue his career again.
You're his manager.
That is indeed correct.
What is his plans after this trial? What will he do? Will he be an athlete? Will he work somewhere? How will he get an income?
Again, I have not discussed any of this. As I stated, I had limited contact with Mr. Pistorius specifically regarding to his career post the trial.
So you standing where you're standing, you cannot tell the court what work he'll do, how he'll get an income after this trial. You don't know.
It all depends the outcome and conclusion of the trial. Whether there would then be scope and involvement for me in Mr. Pistorius' career as an athlete, I can definitely see opportunity for Mr. Pistorius with regards to his foundation, that the work that has been done and can be done. And I think also that is the legacy that Mr. Pistorius would maybe one day leave behind once his running days are over, in terms of giving people the gift of mobility. And I know that is very dear to his heart.
Lady, I would need about 15 minutes. Maybe we take an early tea adjournment. Let me just go through the notes, and I don't foresee that I'll be long after the break, but I might have missed something. I think it's now 22:11. Maybe return at 11, my lady. Or 11, yeah, 11.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll take a break now. Court will adjourn.
Carry on, right,
You're still under oath, Mr.
I am indeed, my lady. My lady, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Reeve?
Lady, I'm a little bit embarrassed in the sense that I wanted to ask the court for a 10-minute. I didn't realize, and I couldn't do what I wanted to do in the 20 minutes, obviously. I need to curtail re-examination. I believe if you can only allow me 5 minutes, it would save about 20, 30 minutes. Stand, and you don't have to go up. It's only 5 minutes. I just want to clear something.
Asking for 5 minutes?
Only 5 minutes.
I'll give you 4.5. I'll give you 4.5.
4.5 is good, my lady.
Court will adjourn. Yes, Mr. Roux.
Thank you, my lady. I'm indebted to the court for the time allowed. Mr. Van Zyl, I won't put it higher than this, but in the beginning of the cross-examination, an impression was created that Mr. Pistorius was doing charity work because it was a sponsored obligation. You understand what I say to you?
I do.
Now, I want you to respond to this. Was his charity work solely relevant to his sponsors, or did it go outside?
Lady, as per my previous testimony, the contracts of the sponsors obliged Mr. Pistorius to do certain charity work. Then we also referred to the different organizations that Mr. Pistorius was approached by. And then obviously there were ad hoc times and opportunities that Mr. Pistorius was requested to charity work which fall totally outside of this, that he also then made himself available. And then obviously most important, as I referred to, was Mr. Pistorius's foundation, which was the key for him going forward for the work that he wanted to do in terms of humanitarian work.
Was his foundation part of an obligation by any sponsor?
No, this was totally Mr. Pistorius's initiative, all on his own, which I refer back to the incident that he experienced in 2004 post-Athens Olympic Games, where this left a lasting impression with him that one day he wants to have his own foundation whereby he can give people the gift of mobility.
Now, I'm taking you back to the sponsor charity, so to speak. How did he conduct himself in doing those charities or participating in that?
Mr. Pistorius made himself always available. He never had any complaints when he had to do these duties. And I think the letter from Ms. Tabi Lynn King that was referred to earlier from OSA conveyed that message, the kind of work and how it was to work with Mr. Pistorius during these charity events.
Now, just to correct certain things, I want you to go to page 64 of DD. One thing that you were not referred to was the top of the letter. Can you just read that on page 64, what's on top?
I promised Oscar Pistorius that we would donate 20,000 Rand for a prosthetic for a child in need in lieu of him speaking at the sale opening.
So my reading is that that was a request by Mr. Pistorius, that's what he wants, and they promised him to do it.
That is correct.
Now, what I don't understand in the cross-examination perhaps is this. You can, A, take your appearance fee, whatever amount it is, put it in your pocket, then take it out of your pocket and give it to someone. Or you can say, just pay directly to
that is correct.
My sponsor.
That is correct. And in order for us to speed up the payment process, we arranged that payment specifically be made directly from this specific organization where Mr. Pistorius did the event to Mr. Brockman's account in order to pay for the materials required to make the prosthetics.
In respect of the charities outside his sponsors, if he would address someone, if he would go to a meeting, if he would go to an official dinner, would he be paid?
It all depends whether it is a specific corporate event whereby we would then form an agreement for payment for Mr. Pistorius. But also on various occasions, Mr. Pistorius made himself available, and I can also stipulate here specifically when it was for any fundraising events, for any schools, that he made himself available without any payment for these kind of events. The only time that Mr. Pistorius, and when we structured agreements for payment, was for Mr. Pistorius when we received a corporate company that wanted Mr. Pistorius' time to come and share his story, to give a motivational talk either to the staff to inspire them or something similar.
Now, let's take that instance where he would be paid and where he would donate it to the charity. How did it work there? Did he ask them to then pay that amount directly to the charity or to him?
Object, my lady. This witness said nothing about, he said, corporate events, we would arrange a payment. Mr. Roux then asked a follow-up question. In the instance where that money is paid to a charitable event, the two doesn't make sense. It's leading. It just doesn't make sense, the question. It's leading the witness to say that it was given to a charitable event. Lady, so I object to that.
Yes. It was the question before that, my lady. I asked him before that they would donate the money. I spoke about where he got paid and where he did not get paid. And I was simply coming back to the payments.
You donate the money to a charity?
Yes.
Is that what he said?
That was the one. That was the question before, where he donated it, where he was paid. And then I asked him in that case, he spoke then about the corporate. I said, how would the payment take place? It followed on my first question.
Yes. Mr. Nel?
Well, there are two things. I understand the first one. The first one is the charitable event, he wasn't paid. Then the witness said, for other events, corporate events, we had to motivate the staff, he gets paid. Mr. Roux said, when the money gets paid over to charity, how did that wasn't anywhere close to a previous question.
Please rephrase it.
I'll ask the questions again, right, lady. I've in fact asked them, but I'll ask them again. Mr. Van Zyl, Mr. Van Zyl, there are two instances, my understanding. One where he got paid when he attended a certain function.
That's correct.
In those respects, did he always keep the money for himself or not?
No. On a number of occasions, Mr. Pistorius did make available some of that funds to be paid over directly to a specific charity that he would then nominate. Just to maybe explain to the court how the process would work is, myself or my company would then invoice a corporate. The corporate will pay us the money. We will take our commission. We will pay then Mr. Pistorius. If it was a case of where a charity was nominated, we would then supply the charity's name to the specific organization, and that money would then be paid directly from that specific company to the charity.
So is my understanding correct? Instead of him then getting actually paid for it, the money would go to a charity?
That's correct.
Now the second instance is, in some occasions, my understanding is that he would attend formal functions where there was no payment, but where it was for the benefit of a charity.
That is also correct.
He was giving his time.
He was giving his time.
The page 65. If you could just explain that again, please.
As I testified earlier, we received this request via email on Mr. Pistorius' website, where we received numerous emails from across the world for assistance for Mr. Pistorius to either help financially or with products for people in need.
Would this be paid by the sponsors, or would it be his own charity?
This specific instance, as I said, we then arranged for the event that Mr. Pistorius did for the yearling sales, for this money then to be paid over directly to Mr. Brockman to actually then pay for this, because this request came in as we were busy planning this specific event, and Mr. Pistorius took it upon himself then to say, let me do this event, I'll charge the fee, and the money will then get paid to Mr. Brockman directly to pay for the cost of making prosthetic for the girl.
So instead of putting the money in his pocket, he let it go to?
That's correct.
For the cause. Is this the only instance, or were there others?
No, there were others as well. As I referred to, the young lady from the RWIP clinic about 4 or 5 years ago that Mr. Pistorius worked with. Then also the young boy that I referred to that lost his limbs in Tembisa due to the industrial lawnmower pulled by the tractor, where he was also referred to. Mr. Pistorius took it upon himself to take the parents to Mr. Brockman to then assess the child and then make prosthetics.
What was Mr. Pistorius' attitude, particularly in regard to children and disabled, when requests came in for donations or for charity contributions?
As stated yesterday, Mr. Pistorius always made time for children, and especially children with disabilities. He always went the extra mile to spend time with people, whether it be the parents, to guide them of how he experienced being disabled, and also the children, what they should be looking out for, what they should be doing. So he really went the extra mile.
If we may go back to, in cross-examination, to the Nike budget. You remember, I think it was out of his budget that he donated and said, rather, before you give me the shoes, give it to, my understanding, to someone else.
Yeah, basically how it would work is a sponsor would allocate a specific amount of funds per year for an athlete, out of which that athlete can then take his required equipment to compete, whether it be running shoes, whatever the case might be. So Mr. Pistorius made use of his own budget to pay, or not, well, he didn't pay for it, but to make available those products out of his own budget.
Meaning, instead of taking the pair of shoes for himself, he would give it to someone else.
That's correct.
It was not part of his sponsored obligation.
Nope.
If I might ask you to go to page 95. I'm sorry, 96. That's in fact the Nike budget that he used.
That's correct.
As a matter of interest, there was also time spent with the child, not so?
No, this specific child was in Cape Town.
Could you tell the court just, I confused that? Which one was this? 96?
96 is the one for Reach for Dream. And as I said, the specific athlete or the specific child in question here is based in Cape Town.
Okay. And in 117? It was put to you that you saw that letter or email for the first time. I'm not talking about the physical document. I'm talking about the contents of that. What's in that email? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of the content that was in here, or that is in here.
How did this come about that the attorney, Mr. Weber, knew about this?
As I testified earlier, Mr. Weber asked me for a list of all the contact persons of charities and sponsors and organizations that Mr. Pistorius did work with, to make contact to verify whether these events actually did take place, and then also the feedback, what it was like to work with Mr. Pistorius.
But do you have knowledge of the contents of the letter, of the event?
Yes, I read this on Friday.
Yes, but apart from reading it, did you have the history of this?
Yes, because
were you involved in this?
Some of the events I was with Mr. Pistorius, some of the events I was not with Mr. Pistorius. But
and the 123? At the 120, it was again an email. Does the same apply there? Do you know the background to this, the history?
Yeah, that is the trip that Mr. Pistorius did for Laureus and UNICEF in Tanzania.
Do you know the history of this?
I know the history.
Yes.
Wasn't with Mr. Pistorius.
123.
This is the charity work done in Qatar. And I was with Mr. Pistorius. And again, this is the feedback that the lady that was coordinating all the events just gave back on request.
Were you there?
I was there.
Now, I want you to read the third paragraph and see if that agrees with your memory of this.
This was accomplished as he asked to meet with children.
Who is he there?
Mr. Pistorius is referred to here. To meet with children, their parents, and world leaders that could influence and make positive and legal changes regarding on humanitarian issues designed to protect the welfare of the disabled.
So where did this request come from?
From Mr. Pistorius.
And the fourth paragraph, the penultimate, the second last paragraph?
Oscar has made a positive and significant impact on the world and thousands, if not millions, of disabled and able children, men and women throughout the world, as he has become and is the model in which the world can gauge that having physical or mental limitations does not hinder success.
Now, when you were involved, when you worked with people, with disabled, with other people, with children, how did you view this? What did you see coming from them? How did they experience it?
Mr. Pistorius was always energetic, and as I testified yesterday, the experience ranged from, can we call it, country from country in terms of cultural backgrounds, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, how to react. But people were always in awe, adults, children. If I can give a couple of examples, for instance, we did an event in Orange County with the Challenge Athletes Foundation, where we worked with really small little kids, and how enthused Mr. Pistorius was with working with these kids and always playing games with them, giving them challenges, and then allowing the kid to beat him so that the kid can feel he's achieved some sense of accomplishment. For instance, we also did some work with some of the soldiers that came back from the US forces on another occasion, also in Orange County with the Challenge Athletes Foundation, where these soldiers initially had this attitude of, who's this person? what is he going to teach us? We, this soldiers, we've lost limbs. And at the end of the workshop and the session that Mr. Pistorius did with them, these guys were actually competing in relays, fun relays between cones, and that they could see that, hang on, there's no reason for us to sit in a heap and think that our life has ended. Life goes on. We can actually lead as normal as possible life that one can lead.
I have no further re-examination. Thank you, Manini.
Thank you, Mr. Any question? Mr. Van Zyl, thank you very much for your assistance. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr.
Kom, Ms. Vergeer.
The witness may be sworn in.
Mevrouw, wat is die volle naam van?
Dit is Annette Vergeer.
That's the witness's name, Annette Vergeer, my lady. Mevrouw, weet jy nog beswaar om die voorgeskrewe eed af te lê?
No, my lady.
Beskou jy die voorgeskrewe eed as bindend op gewete?
I do, my lady.
Sweer jy dat die getuienis wat jy gaan aflewer die waarheid gaan wees, die hele waarheid, niks anders behalwe die waarheid nie? Steek die regterhand op en sê so help me God.
So help me God.
What is this one in Afrikaans, my lady? But she'll testify in English.
Thank you very much. You may be seated if you so wish.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Wu.
Here, do you have the copies of your report with you?
I do, in fact, my lady.
My lady, may I... And that what you have in front of you, is that in fact your report, and do you confirm the correctness?
That is correct, my lady.
Lady, may I make that available? I have made to the state available when we received it yesterday morning, copies, and I would ask the court to accept it as double C.
Say that again.
Double C.
Yes. No. We have CCC, we have DDD.
Then it's, I apologize, my lady, it's double E.
Thank you.
Ms. Vergeer, if we may go to your report marked as double E, and in particular to page 81, we will find a copy of your curriculum vitae.
That is in fact so, my lady.
If you sum that up, just give the court your qualifications and your experience.
I've done that very briefly on page 2 at the top. Social worker, private practice, registered at the Council for Social Service Professions, registration number 101336, BA Social Work Honours at the University of Pretoria during 1980. Field of interest, pre-sentence and psychosocial reports, registered as a probation officer, experience 28 years. And then the full curriculum is as from page 81.
And have you given evidence before in this capacity in the courts?
Yes, in fact, I have, my lady. I only do probation work.
On how many occasions, roughly? You can estimate?
It would depend, my lady, but it's approximately 1 to 15 and often 25 cases per month.
Well, lady, I omitted to ask you we would ask that the normal orders should apply. There's no exception to it. That their evidence not be televised and no still photographs be taken.
That the images not be published. The image of this witness may not be published.
Thank you, my lady. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. With permission of the Honourable Court, I will start on page 3 then.
Now, before you get there, Ms. Vergeer, just to give the court some background. You were contacted by the defense as your name came up and asked you to do an investigation for probation purposes, for a report.
That is in fact so, my lady.
And what was the mandate to you?
I normally go about to, first of all, contact the state advocate, and then I contact the accused or accused person, and thereafter I obtain documentation which would be sufficient or required for purpose of the court case or the report, so that it is a more comprehensive report. Thereafter I conduct the different interviews, and then I compile my report.
And the independence of that?
My lady, I am not prescribed by anybody to do any report in a specific manner, as that would be detrimental not only to me but to the report and the objectivity thereof, because it has to be completely neutral.
Meaning from the defense side, were you left to do what you believe was you should do?
They cannot influence my report, my lady, otherwise it would not be correct.
Thank you. You can now proceed with your report.
On instruction
so maybe just, if I may assist again, I apologize, Ms. Vergeer, just to give the structure of your report. From pages 3 to 41 would be your actual report. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
And then you would find an Annexure A, it's the background and family history.
That's correct, my lady.
That's from page 42 to 73.
That would be 70, and then the sources consulted is on 70.
70 to 73.
That's correct, my lady.
And then on 74, what is that? 74 to 80.
That's the Annexure B, incorporated should the Honourable Court consider a sentence such as community corrections, then Annexure B and C would be incorporated or would be completed thereafter for purpose of community corrections.
Where do you get this from? This Annexure B, is it?
It is a standard form from the Department of Correctional Supervision, my lady.
I've interrupted you. You can go back to the report now.
With permission, I will start on page 3, introduction. On instruction from the defense, a request was made for a psychosocial pre-sentence report in respect of Mr. Oscar Leonard Pistorius, hereafter referred to as the accused. The accused circumstances have been investigated, and the following report can be submitted based on collateral information obtained through interviews, telephonic consultations, documentation provided, portions of the court record, and through my own experience. The background circumstances of the accused and collateral information in regard thereto is attached as Annexure A.
Here, if I may stop you there, and not to waste time, all the information is contained, in fact, is there.
That is so, my lady.
And you confirm the correctness thereof.
That is correct, my lady.
You can go on.
Identifying particulars is the accused, his date of birth, which has been placed before the Honourable Court, the crime and previous criminal involvement. The accused SAP 69, record of previous convictions, was not made available during the investigation. He informed the undersigned that he is a first offender. The accused also stated that he pleaded not guilty to charges against him. The accused was convicted after a trial. A copy of the judgment was made available. The facts were placed before the court as this was a trial, and I approached the matter on the basis of the judgment and what I understood it to be undisputed factors. Some of the factors were from the perspective of the probation officer. I accept in regard to count 1 that he fired shots at the toilet door because he thought there was an intruder inside the toilet. He sought help very soon after the incident. He shouted for help and called a friend. He prayed to God to save her life and appeared to be distraught. According to the court, the accused acted negligently when he fired shots into the toilet door. The court found that although the accused did not foresee the death of the person behind the toilet door, a reasonable person with a similar disability would have foreseen the possibility that whoever was behind the door might be killed by the shots. He was convicted on a charge of culpable homicide. Concerning count 3, the court found that the accused unlawfully and negligently discharged the firearm without any good reasons to do so and caused damage to the floor of the restaurant. He was convicted accordingly. The following is summarized from within the author's own background and framework. Cognizance was taken of the crime and the related factors. The affidavits, statements, and evidence by some of the witnesses were used, attached sources. The undersigned had access to all of the photographs taken at the scene of the crime. Psychiatric assessment reports that the accused had the ability during the time of the commission of the offence to distinguish between the right, full and wrongful nature of his deeds. He was convicted on a charge of culpable homicide and negligent handling of a firearm in a public place, in that he negligently discharged the firearm. The accused expressed remorse concerning the totality of the circumstances. He has accepted responsibilities for his actions within his framework, his version as before the court. The accused tendered an apology to the family members of the deceased in court. The advocate acting for the deceased and appearing for her family members, Advocate De Bruin, Senior Counsel, stated that he could not allow contact or a consultation with them for purpose of the report. He quoted that their stance, opinion concerning the accused was neutral. The accused was arrested and detained for a week in the Brooklyn police cells. Bail of $1 million was granted and secured by way of guarantee. The factors taken into account were the processes by which people become involved in the criminal justice system should be identified, social behavior in general, and specific context in which a crime was committed should receive attention. Also of importance is the situation and the facts during the time of the commission of the offence. Many people act differently when placed under psychologically or socially compelling situations, regardless of their morals, ethics, values, and attitudes. The history of that person therefore becomes important. Crime explanation. The cause of the crime is complex and often multifaced. The accused is a first-time offender, the prevalence thereof, the circumstances relating to the crime, the seriousness of the offence. He has expressed remorse. His remorse appeared to be genuine. He verbally expressed remorse and became emotional when he spoke about the incident. Even after almost 20 months, he was emotional and cried, and his reactions appeared to be genuine. Testimony from Mrs. van Schalkwyk, probation officer, copy of portion of the court record obtained, confirmed that the accused was heartbroken about the loss that he had suffered emotionally. He was heartbroken about the loss for her parents and the suffering they were going through. He was sorry and heartbroken because of what had happened. Engaged in therapy to address his trauma and anxiety. Professor Merrill Foster, testimony and copy of the portion of court record obtained, stated that the emotions displayed by the accused were genuine, displayed physical symptoms that appeared to be genuine, perspiring and tears, expressed his guilt at having caused the death of Mrs. Steenkamp and has developed serious depression as a result thereof. He was remorseful about the events, cried and increased perspiring, and guilt at having caused her death. Dr. Stipp, testimony and copy of the portion of court record obtained. The accused was crying all the time, prayed to God to let her live. He appeared to be sincere, had tears on his face. He wanted the doctor to help her and save her. Johan Stander, testimony and copy of portion of court report obtained. The accused was crying, he was broken, he was screaming and praying. He was broken, desperate, and pleading. Carice Stander, testimony and copy of portion of court record obtained. Begged her to put the deceased in the car and to take her to the hospital. Remember that the accused vomited a few times. His personal circumstances have been outlined to the court. The fact that he is still fairly young, physically disabled, prosthesis, as a result of below-the-knee amputation of both limbs, The accused was subsequently detained for a period of 1 week before and during the bail application. The accused realizes the seriousness of the offence and has been confronted with the realities of the circumstances. He has been publicly humiliated, which has had an emotional and psychological impact on him. The accused verbalized an understanding that the trial and its consequences are a small price to pay for his actions, and he would sacrifice everything to have Mrs. Steenkamp back or alive. The effect that the incident had on her family cannot be disputed. Additional mitigating and aggravating circumstances will be placed before the court by the defence. The undersigned had the opportunity to communicate with the State Advocate Nell via email. He was willing to consult with the undersigned, and appointed date and time was arranged to assist. According to the State Advocate, the accused has a disability. This is a fact. He has been living and coping with his disability for years, and it should not be used as an excuse for purpose of the sentence. When taking the following factors into consideration: interest of the community, the seriousness of the offence in question, the only sentence option according to him that will address all the elements of punishment, and the interest of society will be a period of direct imprisonment. The deterrence and prevention effect of further crime is important. It also outweighs his personal circumstances according to him. The State Advocate also inquired as to whether the undersigned consulted with a previous friend of the accused and a mother, Trish and Samantha Taylor. Their contact details were obtained, and despite indicating that they were both willing to assist, no feedback was obtained despite SMS messages and several calls to their respective contact numbers. The mother indicated to the undersigned that they would both be in court, but stated that they did not wish to be exposed in court and did not want to testify. Evaluation. The accused's personal circumstances have been outlined to the court in Annexure A. The community's recognition in the sentence is imperative and should be evaluated and balanced against the seriousness of the offence in question. The sentence option should ensure that the accused will not repeat this type of offence and that others will be deterred by the sentences imposed by the courts. It must also ensure rehabilitation, and factors should be considered to ensure a public interest, the victim's interest, and the accused's interest. The accused was convicted after a trial, and the facts were placed before the court. The version of the deceased family members could not be obtained in person for purpose of this report. They did not want to become involved and wanted to remain neutral. Evaluation and submissions regarding sentence options. In suggesting a suitable sentence option for consideration by the Honourable Court, it is clearly understood that sentencing is the prerogative of the court, and that the only purpose of this report is to assist the court as far as possible. One endeavours to arrive at a sentence suggesting that achieves the aims of punishment, deterrence, retribution, rehabilitation and prevention by having regard to the interest of society, the nature and seriousness of the offence in question, and the individual circumstances of the accused, blended with a measure of mercy. A just sentence must not only aim at preventing the particular accused from reoffending, but also to deter other would-be offenders from committing offences. The object of sentencing is not to satisfy the public opinion, but to serve the public interest. An accused cannot be sacrificed to respond to a call of certain members of the public. That is not in public interest or in the interest of society. The interest of society is the informed interest as represented by the court. The interest of society can also be viewed from a social perspective. This perspective would support efforts to keep a person who is not a threat to society and can fulfill his responsibilities towards his family and society within society, as far as possible out of jail. If removed from society, certain difficulties are expected in readjusting in society, and often or quite often a person becomes a burden to others and the same society. In this particular case, the accused is a first offender that does not have a history of this type of behavior. The accused has on several occasions expressed his shock and disbelief at his conduct and the consequences thereof. The accused has accepted responsibility for the crime from within his framework. He accepts that he was negligent and that his negligence caused the death of the deceased. It is highly unlikely that the accused will reoffend. This is an opinion and not a diagnosis. Retribution. Another goal of a fair sentence is to provide punishment or retribution for the wrong which was committed. An accused person must do penance for the harm he has caused. It is respectfully submitted that the accused was convicted of culpable homicide and negligent handling of a firearm in a public place, and that the punishment should reflect this fact. Remorse. It is a known fact that there is no tool to measure true remorse. In this particular matter, the accused has verbally expressed remorse. His emotional state is further indicative of his remorse. He has cried throughout. He has expressed the need to grieve outside the allegations of a premeditated murder. It is respectfully submitted that taking his verbal expression together with his tendering of an apology to the deceased family members, his voluntary payment of a monthly amount to the deceased parents, his offering of a further payment to her parents, and his conduct throughout this matter show that the accused is indeed remorseful. His remorse, in fact, manifested shortly after the incident and is ongoing. One should also be able to move forward in life and would show remorse in different ways. Healing needs to take place in a different type of remorse would be evident after some form of therapy and growth has taken place. Rehabilitation. It has never been proven that imprisonment can or address or rehabilitate a meaningful number of prisoners in the sense of improving their character to prevent reoffending. In the instance of the accused, he does not need rehabilitation to avoid a repeat or to be remorseful. The facilities in prison do not cater for his physical or psychological needs. Far less they are conducive to serve as any rehabilitation for the accused. All that prison will do to the accused is punish him in a manner which is not constructive. Prisoners are removed from the normal society, placed into an abnormal society, which operates along different rules and principles to those which exist outside of the prison walls. There is a strict disciplinary regime, and they are left with almost no autonomy. It is understood that in certain cases, this is unavoidable. However, in the case of the accused, it could not be appropriate punishment and definitely not the only appropriate punishment. His disability and state of mind would cause his detention to be an excessive punishment with no benefits to him, the society, and the deceased family. This is purely from the writer's experience and not intended to bind the court at all. It is virtually impossible in prison to teach a person how to become a useful member of society, as there is no opportunity to practice these skills. There is also no facility to cater for the accused's disability. He cannot shower by walking and standing on the cement floors on his stumps. There are no rails in order to assist him to shower. There are no baths. This is the opinion of the author that in consideration of the accused taking his physical disability and his emotional, psychological, and psychiatric state into consideration can only impact negative and intensely on the person of the accused, and in fact place him in danger. It will not assist him but would break him as a person. It would take his future away, and the broken person will be reintroduced to society. This is based on his particular state of mind and the disability of the accused. The following factors regarding sentencing options were considered. The accused has no pathology of similar types of behavior for which he was convicted of. He is a first offender. He is still fairly young. He has the skills to be a productive member of society and to be invaluable to an asset to other people with disability, particularly children. He has expressed guilt and remorse. His detention ensured diversion. Increase and escalation in crime in South Africa, especially towards violent crimes. Totality of the crime and the people affected by the crime. Loss of a life that can never be replaced. Seriousness of the offence. A non-custodial sentence option, fine. A fine or suspended sentence may be a suitable option for count 3 in view of the fact that he acted negligently. The undersigned understands that his family would lend him the money, which would have to be repaid. It does not seem to be an appropriate punishment for the conviction on culpable homicide unless suitable conditions are imposed. Suspended sentence, positive, negative, support system satisfactory. Prognosis appears to be positive should he continue with treatment and therapy as currently applicable. He was a productive member of the community and has all the potential to become a productive again. He can secure a working position in the family concern and also be involved in prosthesis for disabled people to assist him to be financially independent. Be responsible for his own physical health. A suspended sentence should only be considered if coupled with a suitable condition relevant to treatment and community work. Correctional supervision in terms of section 2761H, general information obtained. Although rehabilitation when in prison is not a likely outcome of any punishment, the rehabilitation of an offender is logically speaking a more likely outcome of the context of correctional supervision. Rehabilitation for the accused is to address his anxiety, vulnerability, and stress through professional treatment. Since correctional supervision leaves the offender with his family and in the society, and can be strictly monitored, including the attendance of life skills development, his rehabilitation has a far better chance of success in these circumstances through correctional supervision than in prison. It also permits the required psychological and psychiatric treatment within an acceptable atmosphere. Psychological and psychiatric treatment in the atmosphere of the imprisonment will rather have a negative than a positive impact on the accused. The purpose of correctional supervision has been described as to reform through punishment and to improve the offender through supervision. This fits well in with the main advantage of correctional supervision, namely that it offers punishment of high penal value with above average potential for reform and the real chance that the accused could address his emotional, psychological, and psychiatric state of mind. Positive, as mentioned above, can be monitored. Community service, a suspended sentence and a fine can in addition be incorporated to ensure deterrence and to address the seriousness of the offence, can enroll within programs. Correctional supervision can be imposed for a period of 3 years. Therefore respectfully of the opinion that 27618 should be considered as an additional condition to suspended sentence. Therapy and prognosis as determined from a correctional supervision point of view. Individual therapy, the accused was assessed and found to be a suitable candidate for community corrections. He can be monitored. Factors identified can successfully be addressed by individual therapy and group sessions available, can manage himself independently. Family system, factors already mentioned in Annexure A, family positive support system. Prevention therapy ensure emotional growth versus criminality. Other influence which community corrections may have, sufficient support systems, community service, enrolling groups, monitoring function. Negative, some people in the community may perceive correctional supervision to be a light punishment. This is of course not true, as has been stated by the courts. On the other hand, the public interest or society would not consider it to be too lenient. Loss of a life that can never be replaced. Correctional supervision, My lady, for purpose of this report, I have incorporated a correctional supervision report prior to knowing or my knowledge that there was going to be an independent correctional supervision officer. So I do not know if I need to bore the court with a copy of this report, as it is basically exactly the same as the report of the previous correctional officer with the conditions as set down. The only difference will be when I consult with correctional supervision. There are so many places that they can give me a different place for the accused person to be appointed at.
Whilst we're at that topic, may I ask you, Ms. Vergeer, I've listened to Mr. Moringa, and he made reference to cleaning. I want to ask you about, is it within the ability of the correctional department to rather include, for instance, work with the disabled or with children?
My lady, that is the prerogative of the Honourable Court. Should they wish to, or should the Honourable Court wish to include that there are alternatives for the accused to go and work at, or alternative places such as a place for disabled children or disabled people, he can also perform other duties. But one must also remember that I know people can look upon saying that cleaning services are not sufficient. It is exactly what it is meant to be, to take the person away from what he normally does and make him do something in the eyes of the public which he does not always want to perform or do, so that it is in fact a form of punishment.
Can you combine the two?
Sorry.
You can obviously combine the two as well.
You can obviously combine the two, and the Honourable Court can in addition request that he also continues, or that he would serve voluntary work at a place for disabled children, place of disability, any other facilities, schools maybe such as Gateway, or schools for kids with special needs. That can be incorporated, my lady.
What is Gateway?
Gateway is a school for children with special needs, disabilities, and where kids actually can and has up to yesterday obtained similar lumps as the accused person before the Honourable Court. So it would mean all or the world to these people if the accused could come to them and address them. We often find that the accused person goes, as I've listened to the previous witness, abroad. They are so actively involved in Angola and Mozambique and other places when the need in South Africa is just as big, my lady.
Where is Gateway?
Gateway is, my lady, in Roodepoort. It is a school for physically and mentally disabled children. And the specific child that just received her limbs has, in fact, requested that the accused, when all of this is finished and he will not be sentenced to a period of direct imprisonment, she only received her limbs yesterday, will come and address her on how to manage and to cope. And it was for the first time in 18 years that she was able to walk. So it was quite a highlight. And I've listened to the previous witness speaking when he had stated clearly to give people the chance of mobility. I think we really underestimate the power thereof. I can continue with permission of the Honourable Court then on page 28, my lady. The individual-orientated treatment as part of the community corrections. The accused will benefit from participating in the following therapeutic programs presented by social workers of Pretoria Community Corrections Life Skills, Crime Prevention, Anger Management Groups, Violent Crime, Nature of Crime, Therapy at Dr. Hudsenberg and Dr. Bosch at addresses and as indicated. A complete assessment will be done by the appointed social worker at the Department of Correctional Services regarding the possible problem areas whereby a treatment program is compiled. Family system as part of the community corrections. A sentence of correctional supervision will enable the accused to continue working and maintain relationships with others in the community and his family. Prevention of future criminalization as part of the community corrections. Correctional supervision is a strict sentence that addresses the majority of elements of punishment. House arrest, community service, and attendance of therapeutic programs can play a major role in the prevention of future crime. The accused understands that if he does not comply with the conditions that were set down by the court, that he will be brought back to the court for an alternative sentence to be imposed. Correctional supervision will compel the accused to be more responsible, assist in changing his way of thinking, and enable him to make more responsible decisions for himself and those around him. A suspended term of imprisonment and fine compensation can, in addition to correctional supervision, 2761H be incorporated to address the seriousness of the offence. In view of the above-mentioned information, the accused is considered to be a suitable candidate for correctional supervision. Should the Honourable Court consider same, it is recommended with respect that the accused be placed under house arrest for the duration of the sentence as address indicated. My lady, also the rest following on this page, and I do not wish to bore the Honourable Court, is a repetition of the report that was read out to the Honourable Court yesterday on page 30 and 31 up to the end, which is just the conditions for the accused to comply with. On page 31 at the bottom, custodial sentence option. General information obtained. The purpose of imprisonment is said to be threefold, namely to punish the offender, to prevent future crime, and to rehabilitate the prisoner. Not many expressions of the belief in the rehabilitative value of imprisonment are found nowadays. One of the main problems is the fact that the prison environment is not conducive to therapy, and in particular not conducive to successful therapy of the accused. The circumstances in the prisons are negative, and factors such as overpopulation, violence, sodomy, and gang-related activities, and the availability of drugs are no longer denied. Direct imprisonment, positive, serves as a deterrence, serves as a measure of punishment. He can be released on parole or in terms of correctional supervision, 2761H, and conditions as previously mentioned will apply. Addresses the seriousness of the offence, loss of a life. Negative, will become financially dependent on the state, overcrowded prisons. Since the commission of the offence, the accused has been in the community without being a threat to any of the members of the public. Physical disability, prosthesis as he has no legs. The accused will find it extremely difficult to walk on his stumps on cement and slippery floors. Informed about his current abilities. He also requires a rail in the shower to provide him with adequate support. This was not visible at previous visits to the prison's basic facilities. There are no baths. There are no private showers facilities, and the exposure of the accused on his stumps to inmates will have a severe effect on him. There is no protection against his exposure. The undersigned had the opportunity to consult with a social worker at Pretoria Central Prison. She did not wish to be identified for purpose of the report. The prison was acknowledged for all that they attempt to do within the facility. They obtained a name for the Centre of Excellence. They currently have 5 social workers appointed at the prison, but they are short-staffed as they are supposed to be 10 to accommodate and address the inmates' problems and challenges. They do not have facilities for physically disabled people. People with wheelchairs adapt within their framework despite challenges. They have 3 psychologists and 2 internships appointed at the prison. It is for the inmates to decide if they need help and support from the concerned professionals. There are currently approximately 2,590 inmates sentenced and awaiting trial within the prison. Personality profile. The accused can and has so far accomplished so much versus a passive dependent status in the prison. as with many other offenders, some people need to be removed from society for their own protection and to secure the safety of others. This, however, does not appear to be the case with the accused. He does not appear to have the normal criminal element that the courts deal with on a daily basis. Psychological treatment in prison will be negative, as the accused needs to be treated with due regard to his extreme emotional state and vulnerability because of his disability. Correctional services do not have the treatment facilities available for a person such as the accused, and the probable result will be to break the accused even further. He is clearly an extremely broken person and will only deteriorate if he is incarcerated, and because of his absence of facilities to provide for a person such as the accused. People are inclined to believe that an offender's sentence begins the day he or she is sentenced by the courts. This is, however, not always the case, as the accused's sentence began on the day that he shot the deceased. He carries a heavy load and will continue to do so for the rest of his life. The media and publicity at this particular case drew has ultimately contributed to his exposure and emotional state of mind. Correctional supervision in terms of 2761I positive serves as a deterrent, serves as a harsher measure to form of punishment, can be released on parole or in terms of correctional supervision 2761H, and conditions previously mentioned will apply. Negative will become financially dependent on the state. Overcrowded prisons. There are alternative sentence options available other than imprisonment, which will punish the accused without derogating from the seriousness of the offense. A sentence such as direct imprisonment will severely impact on the accused as a person, his physical disability, his inability to protect himself within a prison environment, and factors already placed before the Honourable Court. The accused does not appear to be such a danger to society that he should be removed for purpose of sentence. Nothing will be achieved to incarcerate him for a period, but for the fact that he was punished. The death of the deceased and the period since have been a far bigger punishment to the accused than any incarceration. Periodical imprisonment, positive, serves as a deterrence, serves as a period of imprisonment and remaining in the community, can obtain a working position, pursue his career, ensure financial stability. Factors mentioned above. Negative, seriousness of the offence, maximum of 2,000 hours applicable. Factors mentioned under the heading of direct imprisonment. Conclusion, because of the nature and seriousness of the offence, the author was informed of the various sentence options which may be imposed. It is so that the impact of imprisonment on a person who has never before been in conflict with the law will be experienced as devastating. The circumstances in the prison are such that the accused will have to survive under very difficult circumstances, far more difficult than a person without his disabilities, vulnerability, anxiety and stress. Containers of condoms are freely available and the realities of AIDS are no longer denied. Prisons are overcrowded and there is a lack of therapeutic input towards prisoners and particularly for the accused. Therapy was confirmed to be on admission and on request. This forms part of the admission and orientation process. In the middle phase, limited rehabilitation is available and also on request. This is mainly concerning the prison environment and the person's adapting skills within the prison itself. In the pre-release phase, the accused would have to undergo the available programs and would again be exposed to an orientation group before his release. According to the latest report regarding the inspections of the prisons by Judge Masipa, the following was revealed. In the 237 operational prisons in South Africa currently provide accommodation for 114,559 prisoners. On the 31st of January 2008, the number was, however, 165,987, a 45% overcrowding of prisoners. It costs the taxpayer an amount of 190 per day to maintain a detainee in prison. During the inspections, it was confirmed that only 62% of the prisoners had access to social workers. The shortage of social workers was listed as one of the biggest barriers in expanding the current rehabilitation programs. The general information obtained, according to the retired Judge Fagan, the circumstances in some of the prisons are so poor that the 101 detained prisoners have to share a cell that was originally intended for 38 prisoners. The prisons are overpopulated, and this contributes to the fact that rehabilitation cannot be effective within this framework. The Honourable Judge Swartz said the following with regards to long-term direct imprisonment. People who are sent to the prison to serve long-term sentence are not there to be rehabilitated. The sentence would serve as a measure of punishment and to deter them and others from committing further crime. The purpose of rehabilitation is to change a person in becoming a valuable member of society. He should be able to be brought back into society. A sentence to promote rehabilitation should therefore be short enough to ensure that rehabilitation has been accomplished. No person that has the abilities to rehabilitate needs to be sentenced for an effective period of 15 to 20 years. Should rehabilitation be the focus point, the sentence option should be structured around a shorter period of direct imprisonment, taking into account the necessary programs to achieve success. Additional information is received by documents from a criminology internographer in South Africa on the status of people with HIV and those exposed to HIV who will eventually return to the same community from which they come. People are locked up for a period of almost 15 hours per day. This would ultimately impact on his health and psychological profile. Exposure to inappropriate living conditions, inadequate hygiene and ventilation, gang activities and sexual violence, sodomy, rape, sexual intercourse and sexual assault. Recommendation: it is accepted that sentencing is a matter which falls within the discretion of the Honourable Court. No specific sentence option was accordingly suggested, as this is merely an opinion and sentencing vests in the hands of the Honourable Court. The undersigned is, however, of the opinion that a community-based sentence, such as community corrections, will best serve to repair through therapy as currently applicable, and the accused, and would be in the interest of society. On page 42, Annexure A, background and family history, the accused confirmed a fairly...
If I may ask, I think that is before the court, and should Mr. Nell wish to deal with the CAN. That's the collateral and background that you worked with.
That is correct.
That gave rise to your report ultimately.
That is correct, my lady.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rui. Yes, Mr. Nell.
May it please the court, my lady. Madam, can I just ask you, you were a probation officer in the employ of the state, am I right? At the Department of Social Development.
That is correct, my lady.
But currently you're in private practice.
No, my lady, I am both. I obtained permission from the state, which is granted on a yearly basis.
Yep. But you're currently in private practice.
I'm in private practice and working or employed by the state. I obtained permission to work private.
In this instance?
In this instance, I am private, and it's also indicated in the report.
So private being it's not the state that will pay you for this work done, it will be the defence that will pay you for this.
That is in fact so correct, my lady.
Good. And in compiling this report, you've indicated who you spoke to, what and when, but you spent time with the legal team in this matter. Am I right?
I do not understand.
Did you spend time with the legal team of the accused in compiling this report?
Sure, my lady, if you could just address it in a different way. I'm not sure what the question was.
Why don't you understand it? Did you spend time with the legal team of the defence?
I did, in fact, my lady. It's just a manner in which it was put to me. I did spend time, there's a difference between spending time with a person and consulting with them on a professional basis for purpose of the report.
Let us.
So the spending time was placed in a different context. I'm not sure.
Let us just deal with the following before we carry on. You consulted with the accused on 2 occasions.
I did, in fact, my lady. I saw him on the 3rd and the 4th occasion, but that was not formal part of the interview. And then I also had telephonic consultations.
You say you saw him on the 3rd and the 4th, but that wasn't part of a formal interview.
No, I never said I saw him on the 3rd and the 4th.
Okay, then I've got it wrong.
Okay. I saw him on 2 different occasions, my lady.
Yes.
And then I saw him a 3rd and a 4th time, which was just informal to confirm some information. And I have also, in addition, consulted with him telephonically.
Okay. Now, on the 2 occasions that you consulted with him initially, there were people present.
Only on one, my lady. That was his sister.
So, on 1 occasion, you consulted with him individually, just you and him.
That is in fact so, my lady.
And on another occasion, when you consulted with him, he had his sister present.
His sister was present, but she only came later, my lady.
But she was present.
She was present, but not for the duration of the interview. Just she came in, I've consulted with her afterwards.
But, okay, let me just see. I know that you try and mitigate this, but when you consulted with the accused on the 2nd occasion, the sister was present during the consultation.
When I consulted with the accused on the 1st occasion, I consulted with him. Then he contacted his sister. She also came. It just made it so much easier. I've also consulted with her. On the 2nd occasion, I saw the accused alone.
So why would there be any need to have the sister present?
Your Worship, instead of leaving and going to her home to have the interview, it does not really make a difference. It's just to confirm some of the information and also to consult with her.
Okay.
There's not a prescribed format as to where or under which circumstances you should interview people.
The reference to charities that you have included in this report, where did you get that from?
I obtained it from the accused, his legal team, and I've also conducted interviews with his coach and his manager.
Piet van Zyl that gave evidence.
That is correct, my lady.
But the legal team gave you also guidelines where to look as far as charities are concerned.
No, unfortunately not, my lady.
What did they do?
They just assisted me in saying that they have documentation available and pictures which will be presented to the Honourable Court.
I see. Now, can I ask you, the record, portions of the record that you had available, that was made available to you by the defence?
That is in fact so, my lady.
And you, unlike other people, you had a look at the judgment of the court.
That is in fact so, my lady.
The full, complete judgment.
That is in fact so, my lady.
Good. Now, then you would know that it's not only the firing of the shots that's of importance in the judgment, but also things that happened before then.
That is in fact so, my lady. I have a copy of the judgment in front of me.
And one of the important things is that the accused armed himself and walked to the bathroom with the intention to use the gun.
If you can just refer me to which page are you referring?
Lady, may I reach down and just grab my judgment?
My lady, with all due respect, it's a very thick document, so I do not wish to just elaborate on it.
Whilst I'm paging through this judgment, well, let me rather deal with this first. But I haven't marked it. I will be better prepared after lunch, but I'll find it.
What happened to Mrs. Johnson?
Excuse me, my lady.
What happened to Mrs. Johnson?
She's not well, my lady.
She's not here today.
No, she's not well.
Oh.
One of those things you'll find it. Know exactly what it reads. It reads that he was armed himself with the intention to use the gun. It would be preposterous or something to think that he would use a gun to hit somebody over the head with a gun. We'll be here for a while. I'll deal with that. Can I just ask you then? Do you, as far
maybe it's 3321 on the top. I think it's that. I'm not too sure.
No. It's not. I have it marked and I will use it. (3317). You see at the bottom of 3317, madam, let's follow it from about line 17. The accused clearly wanted to use the firearm, and the only way he could have used it was to shoot at the perceived danger. The intention to shoot, however, does not necessarily include the intention to kill, depending on circumstances. It's also not exactly that point. But he armed himself with the intention to shoot. That you know.
I've been informed thereof, my lady, the
And you've read
judgment. That's correct, my lady. I cannot say those specific words, but I've read the judgment.
May I just confirm? I'll find it now, we deal with that. Page 6 of your report. You indicate, and it's not the only paragraph where you use the particular words. In the last 3 lines, the accused has accepted responsibility for actions within his framework. What do you mean by that?
Where is it, Ali?
Page 6, my lady, of the report. Last paragraph, last 3 lines. He has accepted responsibility for his actions within his framework.
That is correct, my lady.
What do you mean by that?
My lady, technically speaking, I cannot go into detail because the judgment was made available. And if I look at page 3347 at the top, or the paragraph, it says the version of the accused was that he fired shot at the toilet door because he thought there was an intruder inside the toilet. So I'm not sure if I need to now discuss other facts because the facts were placed before the court and were incorporated for me or is captured within the judgment.
Madam, what's important is the words, he accepted responsibility.
That is correct,
Good.
my lady.
For his actions within his framework. I'm asking you, what does it mean? What does within his framework mean?
That means from within his perspective and perception.
And that is what? What was that?
That the version was as is incorporated, that he fired the shots at the toilet door because he thought there was an intruder inside the toilet.
Did he say that to you?
Yes, my lady. When I went to see the accused, I did not ask him to give me a different version. I have not been part of the process, which is almost over a year. So what I did is I took the judgment and we went through it.
Now, you see, you say, he accepted responsibility for his actions within his framework. I want to know, what does that mean, within his framework? What does that mean?
That means coming from the accused, he has expressed the fact that he did fired shots at the toilet door, and what happened thereafter was not as perceived by the accused, or did not happen in the manner in which he had thought. But I do not wish to place a different version than I've already given.
But you see, I know what you're saying is, are you saying the accused accepted the court's finding?
The accused has respect for the Honourable Court's finding, my lady.
No. We all have respect for lots of things. The question is, did he accept the court's finding that the court was correct when you spoke to him?
I did not ask him in that specific
Well, then I need to know, and I'm going to stand here and I'm going to ask you to give me an answer to what you mean by within his framework.
I've already explained that,
You
my
haven't.
lady.
You have not.
Maybe if the question is put to me differently, then, my lady, but within my framework, the accused has expressed what the Honourable Court has said. He never denied that he fired the shots.
If you say, the next sentence, I'm coming back to that, I'm not leaving it. His version as before the court, which version?
The version that the accused placed before the court.
Which
my
version
lady,
was that?
That is that he fired the shots. My lady, the judgment is very, very thick. The Honourable Court has referred to paragraphs in here which the accused has said. And I cannot just grasp somewhere along the line to say, oh, I'm referring to this. The State Advocate couldn't even give us the specific page to which he was referring. It is impossible for me to do that. It is a very thick document. So I'll have to go and read through it and say where the Honourable Court has quoted his words or where they were captured in the judgment.
No, you see, that's not necessary. And that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing here with the accused expressed remorse. Now, expressed remorse, was that to you?
That is correct, my
Good.
lady.
Now then we have that. Let's go on. Concerning the totality of the circumstances, he has accepted responsibility for his actions within his framework. You don't have to read the record. We're dealing with your consultation with him. What did he accept?
Now, my lady, I've already expressed. It's pointless to put a different version or any other version different to the judgment before the Honourable Court.
So did
because this is what the Honourable Court had found.
So I'm going to repeat a question. When you spoke to him, did he accept the finding of the court?
Your
Not
Worship,
respect, accept.
Your Worship, I've already indicated that I did not ask him, did you accept the findings? The accused stated that he has respect for the findings of the court.
Now then, I'm going to stand and see if we can unravel that last sentence. His version is before the court. What version did you refer to?
I've already indicated that to the Honourable Court. We went through the judgments. It's a very thick document, my lady, and everywhere in this document, the Honourable Court has referred to the version of the accused. I cannot, as an individual, stand here and quote certain paragraphs to make it applicable.
No, you don't have to. I'm asking you what version the accused indicated to you was his version.
But his version, my lady, was captured over days in this courtroom. The version is captured in the judgment. Now I'm being asked to give his version. What version then?
The one he gave you, madam. It's not a difficult question.
My
What
lady?
version did he give you that you included there? That's all.
I've already indicated
What
we
was
took
it?
the judgment and we discussed the judgment. So he did not give me an alternative or an exceptional or a different version to the one that I have.
You know, the court discussed all his versions. There was more than one.
That is correct,
Did he
my
pick
lady.
one? Did he pick one
No,
that he
ma-
wanted the court now to accept?
No, my lady, we went through the judgment and that was taken as documented for purpose of the report.
Okay.
I did not ask him to give his specific version.
You see, then I've got, and you see, that paragraph is important. It's not only there, it repeats itself, and that paragraph is important for your report. Therefore, I'm standing still at it.
It's fine.
Now, can I ask you, so for me to understand this, you took that judgment and you and the accused sat down and you worked through the judgment.
Yeah, we did not make a study of it, Your Worship. We went through it.
No, I'm not, I didn't use the word study. You went through it, did you read through it?
We went through it, my lady.
Okay, I'm asking a question. What does it mean, went through it?
We read through it, my lady.
Now, why when I said to you, read through it, you said we went through it? Why would you argue with me about those two words?
I'm just trying to put a word across, my lady. It doesn't make any difference whether we read or we went through it. To me, it would mean the same.
So let me then try again. We read through the document the accused denied.
That is correct, my lady, but may I just put in context that the judgment was taken note of, so we did not make a specific study of it. As a probation officer, I'm there to concentrate on his personal circumstances, his school or work record, most of the factors which have already been placed before the Honourable Court. I do not go into facts which the Honourable Court has already made a finding on.
You see, Madam, I think you're not correct. As a probation officer, you don't only look at his personal circumstances. You also have to, and it's important, look at the seriousness of the offence. Am I right?
That is in fact so, my lady.
Now, what was the reason that you and the accused read through the record?
It is part of the processes, my lady, where I just take note of the factors which are already before the court.
Okay. You see, because I'm asking you, and we have to fix this paragraph up because we're getting there again. As it stands here, I read that it's your view, or you put it as a fact, the accused expressed remorse. That's a fact that concerning the totality of the circumstances. That is a fact stated by you.
That is correct, my lady.
Then you say, as a fact, he has accepted responsibility for his actions. Is that a fact?
That is correct, my lady.
Within his framework, what is that?
That is that he fired the shots which caused the death of the deceased.
So that's all. He said, I will accept that I fired shot which caused the death of the accused, and that he will accept nothing else.
Now, those are not the only words, my lady, but those are the facts before the court for purpose of the accused.
No, I think we're getting closer to the truth, and that is what you're trying to say within his framework. He would say, I fired 4 shots. That killed the accused, that deceased. I accept that. That's all.
No, my lady, his version was already placed before the Honourable Court. As I'm going now through the judgment, I'm reading and I've highlighted some of the paragraphs. Those are not just the only words, but we cannot just take the judgment now and ask one person to place certain things which are important concerning the judgment before the Honourable Court. If that is necessary, my lady, I would... the State Advocate, I had time when I went to see him. He could have told me that I want you to go through the judgment and I want you to highlight certain paragraphs which are applicable to the situation. But that was in fact not done, my lady. So I can stand here today, just as he couldn't find the paragraph which he wanted to refer to. The accused has not admitted that he had the intention to shoot and kill the deceased or any other persons for those matters. All these factors are already placed before the court. So I'm not exactly sure what is the question or what is exactly that the State Advocate would want me to answer, my lady.
Madam, for a person that's given evidence in court plenty of times, I find the fact that you don't understand surprising. Because those are That paragraph, that's your view. And I want to know what you based it on. And that you cannot answer, and I find that surprising.
I've attempted to answer it, my lady. If the accused is remorseful for his actions, the mere fact that his girlfriend had died because of the gunshots, I do not know how to elaborate on that anymore. The fact that he was negligent in what he had done, that is a legal technicality, and I cannot involve myself in how negligent he was concerning what his deeds were.
Okay. You see, that is what I was aiming for. I'm the probation officer. I cannot concern myself with how negligent he was. Is that what you're saying? You just said that.
That is correct, my lady.
But
the term negligence, I cannot stipulate to the Honourable Court has already made a finding on that.
You see, but that is one of the big issues for sentencing on culpable homicide. It's the degree of negligence.
That's correct, my lady.
But you now said to us you can't be concerned with that.
Now, my lady, then the advocate will address the Honourable Court on the degree of negligence.
Yeah, but I'm asking, did you take it into account?
I'm not a legal expert, my lady.
Did you take it into account?
I'm not a legal expert, my lady.
It's not an answer to my question. I'm asking you if you took it into account. I know you're not a legal expert.
I cannot take something into account which is not my field of expertise, my lady.
Okay, we'll carry on. But let us just... You're right, I couldn't find the place, but I've got it now. 3316.
Which page?
3316.
And then, my lady, for purpose of this, the same on page 3347, while we are quoting pages, it clearly says the version of the accused was that he fired shot at the toilet door because he thought he was an intruder and whatever is to that. So I'm not exactly sure. There are so many times which it was quoted what he had said.
Mrs. Here.
That the Honourable...
If I may just assist, you may take days on this witness stand if you don't listen carefully to questions.
Okay.
The question is, if I understand it well, what do you mean by this?
Sorry, my lady?
The question is, he has accepted responsibility for his actions within his framework. What do you mean by that?
That is that he fired...
That's all it requires.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
That is that he fired the shot through the toilet door because he thought that there was an intruder. And then he realized that it was in fact his girlfriend. So he accepts responsibility for the fact that in the end she passed away because of his wrongdoings, but not because he intended to shoot and kill her.
Thank you, lady. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Page 3316, yes. From line 18. Shall I read and you follow?
You can do so, it's fine.
As stated above, in evaluating putative defense, the court will apply a subjective test as opposed to an objective test, which is used in determining self-defense. In the present case, the accused version is that he had no intention to shoot at anyone, let alone the deceased. Yet, on his own version, the accused armed himself with a loaded firearm and approached what he thought was danger with a firearm ready to shoot. It would be absurd, for instance, to infer from the accused's conduct that he was going to hit the intruder over the head with it, as he could have easily used a cricket bat for that purpose. So, did you take that into account, that he armed himself with the intention to shoot in the bathroom?
I took note thereof, my lady.
Now, as we said, we're dealing with the degree of negligence. That is one of the factors, as far as the seriousness of the offence is concerned, that should be taken into account. Do you agree with that?
That is correct, my lady, for purpose of the court.
Yes. Now, you never, and I'm not blaming you for it, you never consulted with the mother and father of the deceased.
I've already placed that on record.
You only
before.
consulted with Advocate De Bruin.
I have, in fact, my lady.
And the words he used there, words that he used, he said that their stance concerning, or opinion concerning the accused was neutral.
That is in fact so, my lady.
I will get back to this. I just need to, over lunchtime, perhaps consult my lady, and then I'll get back to that specific point. But I'll carry on in the meantime.
Yes.
Now, in dealing with the factors taken into account by you, especially at page 8, and you said one should take into account that the accused is the first offender, the prevalence of the offence, the circumstances relating to the crime. What did you take into account there?
The information in my report, my lady.
Like what?
Sure. Again, this is like the judgment. This is also 80 pages, my lady. If I have to refer to one thing or two things, I'm leaving out another
Okay,
30.
let me help you. You took into, yeah? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. You took into account that when the accused shot, the door was locked. Did you take that into account?
It is in the judgment as well, my lady.
You see, madam, perhaps we just... Why don't you just answer the question? The question was not if it's in the judgment. The question was if you took that into account.
I read through the judgment, my lady, so it was available or made available to me.
No, you see, you're not answering the question. I find that so surprising for somebody with your experience in court that you would not answer the question. You put into a report that you took into account the circumstances relating to the crime. Now I'm asking you a question and you don't want to reply. Why?
I've attempted to, my lady.
Okay, let me try again. Did you take into account that the door was locked?
Yes, my lady.
Good. Did you take into account that 4 shots was fired, not only 1?
Yes, that's correct, my lady.
Okay. Did you take into account that it was a high caliber firearm that was used?
I'm not a specialist within this field, but I took into account that it was a firearm, my lady.
Did you take the fact that the accused used black talon ammunition, was that important to you?
I'm not a specialist within this field, my lady, but I took into account those factors.
You indicated to court that you saw the photographs.
That is correct, my lady.
And you saw how the damage caused by the black talon ammunition on the body of the deceased.
I did, in fact, my lady.
And that was terrible.
Nobody can dispute that, my lady.
Good. Now, the seriousness of the offence, what did you take into account there?
Those would be the factors, and I think most of all, my lady, is the loss of a life, and then also the impact or the effect on the deceased family members. One also have to take into account the effect on the accused family members.
Now, what did you take into account as far as the impact on the deceased family members are concerned?
My lady, I was limited not by my own wrongdoings, but by the processes to take that into account. But it is obvious that a loss of life can never be easy. It is obvious that losing a child can never be just accepted as something that will go away. I think one has to live with that. And there are many other factors, but I'll have to stand here and speculate about a loss of life because I haven't been able to speak with them directly.
Yeah. So what we're saying is, I'm asking you because, you see, the only thing is, I asked you, what did you take into account? You said, I took into account the impact on the deceased family members. And then I asked you a question, what did you take into account as far as the deceased family members are concerned? What's the answer to that?
Your Worship, you cannot just write a report, even if I did not have the ability to speak with them. One cannot ignore that fact, that they were actually traumatized and that there were many other factors. They have to be in court today. They have to be here every day. So it is not a simple thing, and if you cannot just ignore it.
Yes, no, that we'll get to that. Page 10, please. Took into account the personal circumstances of the accused outlined in court, the fact that he's still fairly young, the fact that of his physical disability, but you also took into account that in spite of his physical disability, he has coped very well through life. Am I right?
That is true, my lady. One must just realize that he has made the best of what he has within his abilities. Often what we perceive or see from the outside world is not that simple from within a disabled person's world. And he has accomplished many things by working extremely hard and by having to compensate for many things. But it isn't just as what we perceive from the outside.
But the fact of the matter is, in spite of his disability, this particular accused excelled in life, accomplished lots of things.
That is true, my lady. That is through hard work.
Indeed.
That has nothing to do with his disability per se. He used that as an advantage to overcome his disability.
He became one of the 100 most influential people in the world, as mentioned in Time magazine.
That is true, so my lady. That is also through hard work and through dedication, which a lot of able people have not been able to do.
So that should also then, in fact, be a neutral factor, because he has coped with this over years and years and years.
The mere fact that you cope with something does not eliminate the fact that you are disabled.
Yeah, I agree.
If you take away his legs, he will still not be a normal able person.
I agree. But if you don't take away his legs, he coped very well with his disability over years.
That is just because he was in control of his circumstances, my lady.
I know,
He was
so-
able to control his circumstances and move forward. But if he's not able to control it, it might be different.
And when will he not be able to control it?
If he's not in a position to control the mobility, where his legs are taken away from him, or where he has to move around on stumps, he can definitely not be compared to an able person or achieve what he has achieved.
So, but if his legs are not taken away from him, his prosthetic legs, that would not be an issue. So if he goes to prison with his prosthetic legs, that's not a problem.
How can we speculate on that, my lady? If a prison environment, I've just recently done a case for rape within the prison, gang rape. How can we say that he won't be exposed to that?
But I'm going to stop you, madam, because you're not answering my question. You're dealing with rape, and I'll ask you something about legs. I know that you want to mention rape.
My lady, the state advocate specifically asked me, will it be what if his legs are not being taken away in prison? Whether his legs are being taken away or not being taken away, he might be exposed to those circumstances, and without legs, he will be vulnerable, and a lot more vulnerable than the normal man. We cannot say his legs will not be taken away.
Why? How can you not say it?
How do you shower, my lady, without the legs? How do you bath? Well, there's no baths, but how do you wash yourself? He has to look after it. It's not a simple thing where you have to bandage the legs on a daily basis. So there are certain things to be followed, and then we have to take into consideration hygiene, hygienic circumstances, and we have to take special things into consideration, which we can't just ignore because he seems as if he's coping. He's coping because he's in a controlled environment.
You see, we will get to your report, and I know you're anticipating the questions, but are you saying that because of his disability, you will argue and advise the court not to send him to prison?
Not at all, my lady. I said that sentence options vest in the hands of the Honourable Court.
What would you advise? That's a word I used, and recommend.
I would most definitely put factors before the Honourable Court which will put him in a much more vulnerable position than a person going in with legs or that are able to function in a normal manner, so to speak.
So disabled people should not be imprisoned.
That is not what I said, my lady. I know of disabled people in wheelchairs that are in prison. What I'm trying to say is it is more difficult, my lady. It cannot be disputed.
Now, but prison is difficult for anybody.
It is difficult, but then it is so more difficult for a disabled person. If it's going to be difficult for an able person, how much more difficult must it be for a disabled person?
Let us just then, where we started, we said he coped as a disabled person through life. And you said that he will be able to cope if he's in a controlled environment. Remember, that's where we went. Yes. And I asked you, when will it not be controlled? And we ended up by him being in prison and the prison taking away his legs, his prosthetic legs. Am I right?
I did not say they will take it away. There is always a possibility that it can be taken away. We can only speculate about
so
it.
So if the court gives an order that they shouldn't take away his prosthetic legs, that will sort that out.
That would be ridiculous, my lady.
No, why would that be ridiculous? Why would that be ridiculous?
I will explain to the Honourable Court if the advocate will allow me, because then he's going to say, but you're going a different route, and that's not what I asked you. Even if the court makes an order, often these orders are not complied with. My lady, I did the Pierneef case, and with the greatest of respect, the court made an order that he receives his diabetic medication. 1 week later, he was dead. He did not receive it. Many orders are being made by the Honourable Court. You cannot glue his legs to his body. If he goes anywhere, how is he going to, when he sleeps, make sure that his legs will not be taken away from him?
I will tell you, because your whole report is based on not comparing apples with apples, and I'll show you. But let's first go to why I'm saying you refer to statistics in the prison. Now, let me go there immediately. I wanted to go there later, but let's go there. Where's that? Page 38. If you deal with the overpopulation in prisons.
Did you say page 38?
38, Maria. You know what you're doing? You're including awaiting trial prisoners. The overcrowding in prisons is really affecting awaiting trial prisoners and not sentenced prisoners. Do you know that?
At this point in time, my lady, I take note of that. That cannot be disputed.
You see, now that bothers me because you put statistics in this report to indicate to the court how terribly overpopulated the prisons are. But you're not looking at sentenced prisoners. And that is what we're dealing with here, not awaiting trial.
My lady, the therapy available or applicable is not focused on awaiting trial prisoners. So the facilities are not to such an extent that they do not mingle or mix together. Often the people do mix. Then for purpose of therapy, when I spoke to the social worker, the therapy is not available to awaiting trial prisoners. So the therapy is applicable to only sentenced people. And they have a shortage already just in social workers on 5, my lady.
You see, madam, I've got a problem. You've got a point to make. Whatever question I ask you, you make a point. How did you get to therapy when I dealt with overpopulation of prisons?
Because the overpopulation of prisons is only applicable to, or there was a statement made to me, to awaiting trial which is separate from the sentenced. If we focus a bit further and not just on the overpopulation, the therapy applicable is only applicable to the sentenced prisoners and
Good.
not to the awaiting trial
You see.
prisoners.
And that is true. And that's why your whole report is based on an incorrect premise. Because you take the overpopulation, then you go to the 62% of prisoners had access to social workers. Now that 62%, that includes awaiting trial. Am I right?
My lady, the specific figures on the waiting trial or not awaiting trial, if I may just with due respect say to the Honourable Court, I did not conduct this. This was just from documentation obtained. So it is good to give a general perspective on the circumstances in the prisons. The State Advocate, unless I understood it incorrectly, is putting it to me as if I've placed the figures before court. It does not come from me, my lady. I merely put it there so that we have a broader understanding.
No, madam, it's something different. I know what you're saying, but it's something different. You're not comparing apples with apples. You're looking at the whole prison population. You're trying to explain to court that it's so overpopulated, but we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with sentenced prisoners, which are not overpopulated to that extent. So how can you use it? How can you use it?
I can use it, my lady, because the therapy applicable is only applicable to the sentenced prisoners. And that is something which is or should be highly emphasized. Why do we put people in prison? Just to punish them or to rehabilitate them, or so that they can become useful members once we release them? So we need to focus on the amount of people and the therapist available so that we can secure therapy and treatment for the people so that they can be released back into a society.
You see, the first portion of your answer, that really captured my mind. Where you said therapy is only available to sentenced prisoners. So you know for a fact that that the prisons distinguish between sentenced and awaiting trial prisoners. There are two sections of that. You know that.
That is correct, my lady.
Now, if you knew that before you drafted your report, why did you not include it in here? Why did you use general figures and not figures that are applicable?
The general figures are made available in the manner in which it is portrayed in my report, my lady.
Why did you use the general figures and not the figures applicable?
The figures were handed to me in the manner which they were given to me, my lady.
By whom?
By the social worker in Pretoria, my lady.
The same with retired Judge Fagan. General information obtained. Where did you obtain that?
That was from documentation obtained, my lady.
Where did you get it?
It was in a document published, but I cannot recall the exact information now.
Can't you cannot tell the court where you got this information from?
If I'm correct, my lady, I drew it from the internet.
If you're correct. So you cannot... I'm asking you where you got this information from that you're testifying about, and you tell the court, you don't know.
It was, I withdrew it from the internet concerning the overpopulation of prisons, my lady.
I see. So, this you got from the internet, that retired Judge Fagan said that the circumstances in some of the prisons are so poor that 101 detained prisoners have to share a cell originally intended for 38.
That is correct, my lady.
Now, that clearly deals with awaiting trial, because that would not be the position with sentenced prisoners, you know that.
I take note thereof, my lady.
Do you perhaps have this website address for us so that we can go see what is on this website address?
No, but I can try to obtain it for the Honourable Court.
Please do. I would really like to go see what is on this website. Now, when you refer to the Honourable Judge Swart, what are you referring to there?
I've just missed you. Could you assist
No, it's the
me?
same page, just next paragraph.
I know, but I'm not on the
Oh,
same
you're not
page as you.
No problem, no problem. 39.
It was just an opinion on long-term direct imprisonment, my lady.
Say again?
It was an opinion on long-term
Where did you get
direct
it?
imprisonment.
Where did you get it?
Say, my lady.
Also
There
from the
were-
website?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, so you got this from a website. From the same website where you got Judge Fagan from?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Ladies, is this perhaps an opportune time to take the lunch adjournment?
We'll take our lunch adjournment. You're still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Court, please, my lady. Madam, I want to deal with two issues this afternoon. The first one is your evidence about payment of money to the deceased family. There are two references in your report about that, am I right?
It's correct, my lady.
The one we can find at page 16. Do you have that?
Yes, my lady.
Where it said that respectfully submitted that taking his verbal expressions together with his tendering of an apology to deceased family members, his voluntary payment of a monthly amount to deceased parents, his offering of a further payment to her parents, and his conduct through this matter showed the accused is indeed remorseful. Who gave you that information?
That information was obtained by the legal team for the accused, my lady.
So the legal team and the accused gave you this information?
That is correct, my lady.
If we go to page...
What page is that?
It was 16, my lady.
16.
Yes, my lady. Then I want to refer you to page 49. Where you said, the accused sold his last asset, his motor vehicle, for an amount of 375,000 Rand and requested that the amount be paid into the trust account of the legal representatives acting on behalf of the parents of the deceased for the pain and suffering caused to them as a result of the incident, should they wish to accept the amount. Where did you get that information?
Also from the legal team of the accused, my lady.
Did you discuss this with the accused?
Yes, my lady, I did.
Okay. Now, firstly, did the legal team of the accused inform you that the deceased family rejected the offer of 375,000 Rand?
That is in fact so, my lady.
Why did you not include it?
I was only informed of that after the report was compiled, my lady.
But when you gave evidence this morning, why did you not include that? Why did you not fix that up?
I can place it before the Honourable Court now, my lady. I was informed that no further legal action was going to be taken by them, but that they did not want the amount of money offered by the accused.
That the accused mother went so far as to say that she rejects that, she doesn't want blood money. Do you know that?
No, my lady, as I've indicated earlier, I was not able to consult with them.
Now, I'm still concerned that a professional person would, knowing that that offer has been rejected, would not fix it up in a report. I'm concerned about that. Why did you not do that?
I can place it on record now, my lady, that they did in fact reject it, and that I was informed that no further legal action was going to be taken by the concerned parties.
Madam, it's not the first time today, but you're not answering the question. I know what they told you. What I want to know is, why did you not fix your report up? Why did you not correct it?
I was informed today of this, my lady, so I can only place it on record.
Okay. So were you informed today?
Of the fact that no further legal actions will be taken, my lady?
No, madam. You see, if you were a first-time witness, one would understand you're not answering questions, but you're not. So you're deliberately not answering the questions. Or what? You're not a first-time witness.
I've attempted to answer the question, my lady.
The question is, when were you informed that the 375,000 Rand offer was rejected by the family of the deceased? When?
My lady, I wouldn't be able to confirm 100%, but I think it was yesterday.
Do you know when the offer was made?
No, my lady. I do not know any specific details of the offer.
Okay. No, but you see, then I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to think about it because I know, but I want to ask you. When were you informed of the offer having been made? When?
Of the offer?
That they made an offer of 375,000 rand.
That was during the time that I compiled my report, my lady.
When, madam? Can
No,
you
my
help the
lady.
court or don't?
No, my lady, I do not have a specific day.
Was it Friday last week?
I cannot recall a specific day, my lady.
But one thing we do know is that before you testified, you knew that that offer was rejected, but you failed to mention that we know.
The offer was rejected by the parties. That is correct, my lady.
Have you received any explanation on the monthly amount that was paid?
I do not.
What do you mean explanation?
Has anything changed as far as that is concerned? Do you know anything about the monthly payment?
No, my lady.
Now, I can put on record, and I'll need evidence if I have to, that those money will be paid back to the accused in full, every cent.
I take note thereof, my lady.
Good. But before I knew all this, I just worked it out. That if the accused has got no money, that your evidence is he's got no money.
Up to date, I've been informed, my lady.
So the 6,000 rand that was paid came from somewhere else.
No, my lady, it came from funds, or I was informed that it came from funds that the accused still had available.
So he still had some funds available. Till
That
when?
is-
When did that dry up?
No, my lady, his specific financial status is not made available to me.
I'm testing you on your version. I'm not testing you on anything else. You said the 6,000 rand was paid from funds he had available. When did that dry up?
I do not know exactly, my lady. I just know that the accused no longer has funds available.
Since when? When was the last time he had money?
I was informed, my lady, that he sold the car, but specific dates and times is not made available, and that money was also made as an offer available.
You see, madam, the car, the sale of the car and the money paid monthly, those two are two independent, different things. Because the 6,000 rand came from funds, am I right? When did that dry up?
No, I cannot give an explanation as to exactly when it dried up, my lady.
So, but if I read your report, and the best for this report is, at the time the accused sold this report, sold this car, there was no money. Oh, no.
Yes, that is correct,
That's
my
correct.
lady. That's correct, my lady.
So, a monthly payment for next month by the accused would in any case be impossible.
If they have rejected the offer, my lady, but I'm sure the accused will be able to maybe obtain money from family members, but I did not go into that. I cannot elaborate on that.
Okay. Then, madam, your evidence about the conditions in prison, where did you get that from?
My lady, I used to work and do groups within the prison environment. Unfortunately, this has since changed, but I have access to the prisons on whenever we need to do appointments. And then in addition to that, my lady, I do consult with the wardens and the social workers. And then in addition to that, I went on a visit through Krugersdorp prison approximately 2 years ago. So
Now, I have to get this because, madam, I have to inform you that we will call somebody from correctional services that would indicate to this court that they upset about the evidence and that it's totally wrong about the conditions of prison.
I take note thereof, my lady.
Therefore, I'm going to test you and I want to find out why you say the things you say and what you in fact say. Now, you say that you did groups in prison. When was that?
It was many years ago, my lady.
Good, many years ago. Let's get many a date. What is many's date?
It was at least 10 years ago that I had access on a regular basis to the prisons, which was Johannesburg prison, for groups that we had on the inside.
Okay, so but let us say I had access to prison 10 years ago to do groups. Am I right?
That's correct, my lady.
And you're referring to one specific prison, and that's Johannesburg prison.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
I went on a visit through Krugersdorp prison.
That's 2 years ago.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. What else?
And then we have, whenever we go to see or interview people on the inside of the prison, although we do not go to the specific cells.
Yeah, no, but you go into prison, if you interview people, you see them in an area that's
allocated for social workers and
yes.
probation officers.
Good. So, you base all your evidence on visits to the Johannesburg prison 10 years ago, a visit to the Krugersdorp prison 2 years ago, and what else?
And you confirm with wardens and you confirm with the social workers, my lady, whether the status of the prison cells have actually changed in the meantime.
Okay. That's how, yes, I'm not really wanting to give it, but let's deal with it because we'll get to the facts. So I confirm with prison wardens. The only thing you can confirm is what's happening in Joburg prison.
No, my lady, I go to various prisons.
But to interview people in the places allocated for social workers and probation officers.
That's correct, but I go to various prisons. I've been in Pretoria prison, I've been in Durban, I've been in Johannesburg, I've been in Krugersdorp prison, I've been to various or numerous prisons.
But the only prison that you went inside
is Krugersdorp, my lady.
It's the only prison that I went inside was Krugersdorp prison. Okay. Have you ever been to the hospital section of any prison?
Yes, my lady.
Which one?
To Johannesburg and Krugersdorp.
Okay. And people are kept there that are sick and cared for.
That is in fact so, that's correct. That's before they are either transferred, but that is so, my lady.
Yes. And the conditions in the hospital section is totally different from what you would get in the general section.
That I cannot dispute. It is, there's a smaller group of people who are being detained, and obviously the circumstances are more controlled.
Yes. So, in the meantime, since you've visited the Krugersdorp prison, various private prisons have opened the doors. Am I right?
That is in fact so, my lady.
You've not visited any of those?
Not as up to date, my lady.
You don't know what the conditions in those prisons are?
No, my lady.
But you're willing to tell this court that no prison in this country would be able to cope for this accused. Why can you do that?
I have not confirmed with a private prison, my lady.
Why would you come to this court and say to this court that no prison in South Africa would be able to cater for this accused if you don't know?
I don't think my words were that no prison. I said that prisons in general does not accommodate people with disabilities.
Okay. Now, if you say that, and I want to test that, are you now saying that some prisons will be able to accommodate
I
this?
wouldn't know, my lady, because I haven't consulted with people from a private prison.
But you say in general. Why would you say in general? What does that mean?
Because that would mean the majority of prisons, my lady.
And the issue you have with the majority of prison is the showers.
That's not what I said, my lady.
What did you say?
I said, first of all, the showers, also that there were no rails.
Yeah, in
we
the showers.
spoke about the cement floors.
Mm-hmm.
We spoke about the slippery floors.
Mm-hmm.
The toilet facilities.
What about toilet facilities?
I think in about, or most of the prisons that I am aware of has about 2 toilets.
You see, okay, I'll deal with that. As about, you say the prisons that you know, which is Krugersdorp prison.
No, those are the prisons that I've done interviews with and that I have received feedback from people within the prison.
So that's totally hearsay, never confirmed it yourself. You heard from people saying there are only 2 toilets in this prison.
No, not in the not in the prison itself, in a specific section, my lady. So if you are being locked up, those people normally have 2 toilets, 1 basin and 1 shower, or 2 basins and 1 shower.
Are you talking awaiting trial, or are you talking sentenced prisoners?
That would depend, my lady, but if you are sentenced, there are global open cells and then there are single cells.
Are you sure that there are global open cells when you're sentenced?
For sentenced prisoners, as far as I know, my lady, yes.
I asked you, are you sure?
Yes, my lady,
Where?
because not everybody is detained from a single cell.
Wait, that's not the question, madam. The question is the following. You spoke about global open cells. There's a difference between that and a single cell. Global open cells. What do you understand with global open cells?
Where there are more than 1 person that's being detained.
Okay, now we'll go through it. If a global open cell is more than 1, what could that be? Up to maximum?
That would depend, my lady. Sometimes when we go to visit in the prisons, I have up to 30, 38 people. Over Christmas or holiday periods, they vary from 84 to 100 people, even more.
Wait. Global open prison cells for sentenced prisoners.
No, that would differ from sentencing to unsentenced.
You see, that's my problem, because we've just been discussing sentence, you and I. And you deliberately got confused again. Why would you get confused?
No, I did not get confused, my lady. I was just trying to answer the question.
No, you weren't, madam. And you're laughing, and I don't know why you're laughing. I don't know why you would snigger. I really don't. Because this is serious.
It's absolutely serious,
Why would you
my
snigger?
lady.
Why would you snigger? I'll ask you that question.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Why would you laugh? Why would you go like that?
It would just be a manner of addressing or saying something.
Do you think it's appropriate in the High Court to do that?
Well, certain things are appropriate. One cannot stand here, my lady. We're talking about a human being. Maybe the manner in which the advocate addresses some people is also not appropriate, or it feels like he attacks people at some point in time. So if I put that back to him, that would also not be appropriate.
I agree.
So there's a manner in speaking, and a manner in speaking doesn't mean that you are respectful or not disrespectful. It's just a human being here being asked a question under certain circumstances, and it doesn't mean that it's specifically linked to an attitude or a personality trait. It's just the manner in which it was answered.
Okay.
So if I offended you, I have to apologize in that manner.
It's not me. You will never offend me. With utmost
If
respect,
I offended the Honourable Court, I
that's
have to
better.
apologize.
Now, why would you deal with awaiting trial prisoners when we're busy with sentenced prisoners, as far as the Global Cell is concerned?
I think it's normally because when the figures are being given to a person, they normally give it as a total. So it's not that you specifically or deliberately not give it to the Honourable Court separate. I think it's because it's normally taken into a quantity that's given to the Honourable Court.
You see, madam, that you can't get away with that answer, because I asked you if you know if sentenced prisoners are kept in global open cells. You volunteered that evidence, in fact. Now I'm asking you, do you know if sentenced prisoners are kept in a global open cell?
Yes, my lady, but the amount of people that are kept there, I do not know.
How do you know that they're kept in global open cells?
Because people have conveyed that to us when they come back or they go to their cells.
So you heard from people?
That's correct, my lady.
But you never heard numbers?
No, my lady, because it varies on a daily basis.
Now, but you also know that people, sentenced prisoners, are kept in single cells as well.
That is in fact so. It can't be disputed, my lady.
And so if we deal with this particular accused, he could be kept in a single cell.
That is so, my lady.
And he will have his facilities, toilet facility, wash facility within a single cell.
That is in fact so, my lady. There's only a basin.
Yes. So, I have three things. One, you visited, the only prison you've ever been into is Krugersdorp prison.
That's correct, my lady.
And the rest of all the information that you've put into this report is things you heard from people.
That is correct, my lady.
And you've heard from people there are no railings in the showers, and there's cement floors in the showers. That you only heard from people.
No, that I've seen myself, my lady.
In Krugersdorp prison.
That's correct,
But
my
that's
lady.
the only prison. Other prisons you don't know.
That's correct, my lady.
Then, madam, seeing that we have an hour this afternoon, I want to deal with one other aspect, and that's the following. In normal circumstances, if one looks at correctional supervision, 276H, one would say that the accused has a job and he can keep on working. And that's one of the factors that the court will take into account. Am I right?
That is correct, my lady.
And I've seen some of your reports, and I will deal with that. That is one thing that you always emphasize. This man or woman has a job and can keep on working and be a good member of society.
That is a factor to be looked at. I think the witness yesterday also testified to the factors that they look at.
But in this instance, we don't know.
That is so, my lady.
Now, if this was not this particular accused and some normal person, the fact that the person does not have a job would have bothered you. Am I right?
I'm sure. I'm not sure if it's a question.
It is a question. Would in a normal case, forget Mr. Oscar Pistorius, normal case, if an accused does not have a job, that would bother you?
No, my lady, because it's not the only factor that you have to look at.
Would that one factor bother you? That it's absent?
It is absent, but it's not the only factor that you have to look at, my lady.
Now, isn't that a very important factor, and a factor that you touched on, but in other reports touched on more in depth?
If it is available that you can elaborate on that, I would have done so, my lady.
And in other reports that you've done, madam, that's the one factor that you elaborated on.
I cannot dispute that, my lady, but I'm focusing on this particular case at this particular accused.
You see, but this particular accused you're making special because he does not have a job and you don't care.
No, my lady, for each and every case you have to dealt on the merits and the facts before you. And I've had many clients that did not have a working position. And the condition clearly stipulates in the report that if you don't have a working condition, that you have to obtain a position.
Okay, that makes sense. If you get sentenced to 276I and you don't have a working position, get one.
No, my lady, it's H, not I.
Yeah, I agree, I'm wrong. You're right, I'm wrong. I apologize. H. You would require that person to get a job.
Now, I can't require a person to get a job, my lady, but there is a space made available for a person so that he can seek employment.
And this accused? What would he
This
do?
accused would be no exception to the rule, my lady.
No. You see, I know the report, and I know that the specific document that one has to fill in. I'm talking something different. I'm talking your evaluation of a person in recommending correctional supervision. That's all. I'm not talking about the report, please.
But, my lady, you don't just look at one factor. You have to look at this person in totality, see if he is a risk to society. Can he be addressed within the community? Can he undergo programs? Will he be a suitable candidate for community corrections versus other sentence options?
So you'll be willing to say to this court, if a person does not have a job but can undergo what's the word used? Can do courses and anger management or whatever you subscribe, you'll be happy to recommend correctional supervision if a person does not have a working position. Have you done that?
If all the other factors are positive and is not a risk to society, it is an option available to the Honourable Court to consider. It's not for me to make such a recommendation, my lady, because I can only leave it as an option available to the Honourable Court.
In this present instance, you don't even know what the accused will do.
That is in fact so, my lady.
Why did you not inquire?
We don't know, my lady, because we do not know what the outcome of the criminal case will be.
No, but let's say what you would do is you discuss this. You say he can secure a working position in the family concern. You discuss it. What did you discuss with him? That's what I want to know.
The possibility of pursuing, there are so many possibilities, my lady, but none of them are secure. So you can say to the Honourable Court that there is a possibility, but you cannot secure that because we do not know the outcome.
Have you discussed it with him?
With the accused, I presume.
Yes.
Yes, Your Worship. Oh, yes, my lady, but unfortunately, and I've laughed again, not for disrespect, I'm sorry, for my own fault that I made. It is because you don't know what's going to happen. So you can sit and discuss it and put it down on record, but it won't. If I did do that, I could have gotten a question, don't you think it's arrogant to put something down if you don't know what the outcome of the case is? I cannot take the liberty of going somewhere that we don't know where we are going.
Madam, no, really, I'm very surprised with that answer. On a daily basis, or let me say weekly basis, when you do probation officer report, you tell this court, this person will go work there. This person has secured a job there. That's not arrogant. That's just telling the court.
It's only if you know, my lady, and you can tell the court this is the possibilities available, but there are no possibilities available that we could obtain.
So for this accused, you tell the court there's no possibilities available that you could obtain.
No, my lady,
What
the
then?
previous witness have already testified that there are prospects available, but that it is not secured.
You see, I understand that, and I've been asking you the same question over the third time. Did you discuss it with the accused? what his prospects would be.
I did, my lady, but we could not confirm anything.
What did you, just tell us what you discussed.
I did ask him what would he do after he has been sentenced and he would not serve a period of direct imprisonment. And he said that he would look at options available currently, my lady.
And is that all? He said, you asked him a question, he said, I'll look at options. Is that what you're telling the court?
That is correct, my lady, because the options available would depend on the outcome of the criminal matter.
No, you see, madam, again, you're turning yourself in knots. You said, I asked the accused what he would do if he's not going to prison. He said he will look at options. Now I'm asking you, what are the options? You say it would depend on the judgment on the sentence of the court. It's like a circle.
I cannot answer on something that I do not have facts on, my lady.
Then I have to ask you, why would you not ask the accused to be more specific about his future plans?
The accused cannot be more specific, my lady, because he's currently an accused in a criminal matter which he does not know what the outcome will be.
Every person that you've prepared a report for, as a probation officer, every person has been accused in a criminal matter that didn't know what was happening. But with them, you discussed a job, but not this one. Why?
Oh, my lady, I'm sorry, we cannot just generalize, and the state advocate cannot just say to me that I have discussed each and every other case. I've done over 28 years, hundreds and thousands of cases. You cannot just make such an accusation.
Okay.
You cannot just presume or say. And with the accused person, my lady, I have not discussed it because we do not know what the outcome will be.
You see, I don't understand that answer. And madam, if you haven't given evidence in court, I would have perhaps understood it. But how can that be your answer? You don't know what the outcome would be. But the question is, if you don't go to prison, what will you do? That's the answer. That's a question. Did you ask him that question?
I did, my lady, but he could not give me an answer. As one have to look at the accused in totality, we cannot just generalize. The accused has a grade 10 school certificate. The only thing he's been doing is to run and to go to different venues where he was seen as somebody that would speak to people, or he would hold functions. All of that would depend, my lady, on the circumstances. How has the media been affected his career? Will he be able to run again? None of that he has an answer to at this point in time. So I can come to the court and say something different, but we do not have the answer, my lady.
Last time I deal with this, I'm going to put to you a statement. He indicated that he will, there's options available, but he did not indicate to you what the options are.
No, my lady, I do not know specific options available.
And you didn't ask?
Even if I did ask, my lady, I could not go into them because the options are speculations that they might take up once the case has been dealt with, and that is if he does not have to serve a period of direct imprisonment.
You see, madam, again, I asked you, did you ask him? You said, even if I had asked him. So you did not answer the question. The question is, did you ask him?
I've already indicated earlier that I did ask him, but we did not get a final answer, my lady.
Okay.
As we cannot make a discussion on something which we have no confirmation on.
We've now moved that he said he's got options. We did not discuss it we discussed it, but we did not get a final answer. Is that so? Is that currently? We discussed it, but I did not get a final answer.
To me, it means more or less the same, my lady. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what? Just tell the court what options that you think that he mentioned.
My lady, there are no options that I know of available. The previous witness has also testified to that, so I cannot elaborate on that.
Madam, even if this accused was convicted of Dolus Director's murder, because of the conditions in prison, you would have said that he should not go there.
My lady, I would have asked the Honourable Court to look, irrespective of the circumstances or the conviction, to look at the accused person, because we have to individualize on each case. It's not just to generalize and say, but it's because of this sentence or that sentence, or this conviction or that conviction. Each and every person is different.
So, irrespective of the condition, of the conviction, taking into account the conditions in prison that you think exist, you would have said to the court, to send him to prison is too severe a sentence.
No, my lady, I cannot say that, because we have to take the circumstances during that time then into consideration.
What do you mean by that?
He would have been convicted on something different. There would have been different circumstances.
So, okay, so let me then deal with it. Although the conditions in prison will not change, I mean, if he's convicted of murder and or culpable homicide, the conditions in prison that you know would be constant. So, if he's convicted of murder, it's fine, he can go to prison.
No, I did not say that,
What
my
did you
lady.
say then? I don't understand.
I said that the Honourable Court will take all these conditions during that specific time and place then into consideration.
Let me make it easier. I read your report, studied it. You only make provision for people that are a danger to society to go to prison, or not?
No, my lady, I do not make provision for any persons, as I do not make a specific recommendation. I can give an opinion to the Honourable Court, but the sentencing options vest in the hands of the Honourable Court.
Okay. I read your report, and the way I read your report, with the emphasis on the specific accused's disability and conditions in prison, whatever he was convicted of, you would not recommend or suggest that a prison sentence is appropriate because of those two issues, his disability and the conditions in prison. That's how I read your report. Am I reading it wrong?
My lady, first of all, I do not make a recommendation. I've already indicated that. Secondly, concerning his disability, one have to take it into consideration, and I have to emphasize factors which are known to the Honourable Court. Concerning the sentence options, the Honourable Court has an open avenue to impose any sentence. I cannot make or prescribe something to the Honourable Court.
Okay, so in this instance you're prescribing nothing, although you said you recommend or you would prefer a community-based sentence.
It's not a preference,
What
my
is it?
lady. One has to look at his personal circumstances. We cannot ignore that, and if you weigh it up, there are alternatives available.
But if he was convicted of murder and or cop, his personal circumstances would have been the same. His personal circumstances would not have changed.
That's correct, my
Okay.
lady.
So, if I'm trying to make it as easy as possible. If he was convicted of murder, that is direct. What would a possibility of a sentence of imprisonment be preferable to you?
My lady, with respect, I'll have to speculate because he wasn't convicted on murder. We're dealing with a person under his current circumstances which were convicted on culpable homicide and the other factors as placed before the Honourable Court.
You see, madam, you use the word speculate. You're a professional person. I'm asking for opinion and you refuse to give it. And a professional person would not speculate, they will give an opinion. Why would you not give it?
I cannot give an opinion on something which is not, my lady.
You referred to other matters that you did, and I looked at matters that you did. And the most recent one that's all over the media is Judge Masipa.
That is correct, my lady.
After he was convicted of murder, you also... Oh, let me ask you, what did you recommend?
I did not make a recommendation. I never do, my lady, as I can merely give an opinion, and sentencing vests in the hands of the Honourable Court.
What was your opinion?
My opinion was that the court will impose a suitable sentence option.
Which was what? If I say that your opinion leaned towards correctional supervision in that matter, what would you say?
I cannot dispute it, my lady. I normally place all the factors before the Honourable Court.
No, listen to my question. If I say that in a Judge Masipa case, where he was convicted of murder, killing 4 people, your opinion leaned towards 276H. Am I right?
I do not know what if that is the interpretation of the advocate. I cannot dispute that.
Am I wrong in saying that your report leaned towards that? You drafted the report.
My lady, I'm not exactly sure when the report was drafted, but I cannot recall exactly where it leaned to. I would not have made a recommendation, and now I'm being asked, irrespective of the time period, whether it leaned towards community corrections. I cannot confirm that.
Have you made a recommendation in this particular case?
I did not make a specific recommendation, but I did mention that a community-based sentence in this particular case would be a suitable sentence.
Did you have the same opinion in the Judge Masipa case?
I would, with great respect, not know or remember, my lady.
If I put to you that in my research is that you had the same opinion, you would not be able to dispute that.
No, my lady, because I normally say that I leave the sentence options in the hands of the Honourable Court.
And in this instance, did you do that?
I left it in the hands of the Honourable Court. I can merely give an opinion, my lady.
That's what we're talking about, madam. I'm not going away.
Then I apologize.
In the
Maybe I did
Masipa case,
not.
did you make an opinion? Did you form an opinion?
I normally say that the court will impose a suitable sentence option.
But not in this case. And in Oscar Pistorius' case, you had a different opinion.
I added that a community-based sentence would be an appropriate
Did
option.
you add that in the Judge Masipa case?
My lady, I've already indicated that I can't recall.
I see. Yeah, madam, then we get to now the conditions in prison as described in your report was a very important factor that you took into account in getting to your opinion of 276H. Am I right?
That is correct, my lady.
Good. So if somebody would now come and say that you based your opinion on an incorrect understanding of what's going on in prison, that would cause you to rethink your opinion.
No, my lady.
Oh, no.
Because not only is it what you see, there are also reports from the inspections of the prisons, which I do not say that I do the inspections or that I'm aware, but at least I'm able to read or to gain knowledge concerning these aspects. And many of these factors are confirmed within these reports, my lady.
Madam, see, it's the strangest thing that you would struggle with the answer to the questions. Because the question is, if somebody would tell you and show you you're wrong, just accept that. Somebody would come here to court and say, as far as they're concerned, they work in prison, you are wrong. Would that cause you to change your opinion?
My
great respect, it would excessively say wrong in the following. Just to say to someone that you're wrong, that's an unfair question. Let him say wrong in what respect? Wrong in the showers, wrong in the baths, wrong in the cement floor, wrong in the cells. Then she can answer, but this is unfair.
I'll make it easy.
Yes, be more specific.
I'll be specific.
Yes.
Wrong in your thinking that the prisons cannot cater for disabled people like this accused. Whatever he would want, you're wrong. They can. If that was done, would you change your view?
No, my lady, because my opinion is that the accused is vulnerable. He is disabled, irrespective of how anybody from any prison can come and testify on what they think, how they can accommodate the accused. They cannot eliminate his vulnerability. They cannot secure his safety to such an extent that he will not be exposed to many other factors, which we do not say he should not be punished, but that can be of a great danger to the accused under his specific circumstances.
So vulnerable people should not go to jail. That's the long and short of it.
With all due respect, that's not what I said, my lady. I attempted to make it part of the accused person and personality. If they take his legs away, irrespective of how we say it will or it will not happen, the accused cannot stand up for himself.
So if they take, but we're dealing with professional people running prisons that know what they're doing, that deal with people like the accused. So, but you say you don't trust it.
My lady, all I'm trying to say is the accused has to be looked up upon his individual circumstances, the fact that he does not have any legs, the fact that it will impact on him. Nobody is saying here today that he should not be sentenced, but I think that there are circumstances that will differentiate him from any other person.
Let us deal with page 21. You deal with his rehabilitation has a far better chance to succeed. What rehabilitation?
Excuse me, I do not know. Where are you?
Page 21, the second line.
On page 21, I've got different pages here. I've got from the top of the page. I'm sorry, my lady, I'm not exactly sure where we are.
It's line number 2.
Thank you, my lady.
His rehabilitation has a fair better chance of success in these circumstances through correctional supervision than in prison. Rehabilitation from what?
It's rehabilitation physically, my lady. And then secondly, he is currently undergoing psychological and psychiatric treatment.
But that's treatment. I'm dealing with rehabilitation.
But that's part of the rehabilitation, my lady.
No, but treatment you discuss in the next paragraph. Is that what you meant? So what did you mean with rehabilitation? You say physical rehabilitation. Is that psychological treatment? Is that what you mean with rehabilitation?
His rehabilitation forms part of that. That's correct, my lady.
Okay, so you discuss rehabilitation, which is in fact treatment in that paragraph and treatment in the next paragraph. I thought you meant something different with rehabilitation.
No, my lady.
Isn't that just something that you put in all your reports, and in this particular instance it found its way into this report? Because I fail to see what rehabilitation you're talking about.
The rehabilitation of the person in totality, my lady, not only physically but psychologically, and when he goes for the therapy, it has a far better chance of success because not only is he responsible for it, but at least there is or there are people appointed to the accused that can assist within his specific needs.
But that is the same position for all people with psychological problems that are sentenced by this court. It's not peculiar to this particular person.
That is in fact so, my lady, but one can still not generalize because you have to look at all the people in an individual manner.
No, but what you're dealing with here is you're saying the treatment in the atmosphere of prison, that's not the individual manner. So if I read this, my interpretation is people with psychological problems cannot be treated in prisons, they should be kept out of prison.
Not at all, my lady, but they will be treated different because we all know that there is a waiting list for people to see the psychologist, and there is a waiting list for people to see the social workers. And we know that they have a shortage not only in one of the prisons, but that there are a shortage of professional people appointed for prisoners.
But you also know that prisoners are entitled to see their own psychologist in prison.
That is in fact so, my lady, but it is made very difficult and the charges is immensely, and then people have to apply through the prison to see them.
No. Wait, let's just unpack what you're saying. The charges, what charges are we talking about?
That the private psychologists or social workers will ask.
Yeah, but they're asking it in any case if you're outside. It's a fee. So if it's in or out, if that person would see him, it's the same fee.
No, that's true, my lady,
so
but
why would you mention
again,
it?
one has to individualize. If you look at the treatment or the therapy, for a person just to receive treatment and therapy because it's available, it often lacks the purpose. But when a person is on the outside, there's growth, there's motivation, there is somewhere to move forward to. But when you are consumed or locked up, obviously your framework will be very limited. I've tried to explain that further in the report, where I said that the therapy in the prison, and I'm not particularly speaking about people have problems once they are detained. So it will be about their adaptation, how do they manage, how do they cope. There will be a different focus point.
Yeah. Remember, this whole line of questioning started with, you know that the prisons will make it possible for people to see their own psychologist. If this particular accused would go to prison, he would be able to see his own psychologist. The charges would be the same. So what else bothered you about that?
Nothing, my lady.
No. My lady, may this be an opportune moment to take a gentleman. I think it's 5 to, if it's not late. It's 5 to 3, my lady.
We'll take our adjournment. We'll start tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.
As good, please.
Court will adjourn.
Sentencing in the Oscar Pistorius case got underway this morning. Last month, the Paralympian was found guilty of culpable homicide for the shooting dead of his girlfriend, Reeva Steenkamp. His defense team presented arguments in the mitigation to the North Gauteng High Court today. Pistorius' emotional state was once again explored during the testimony of psychologist Dr. Laurie Hartzenberg, who testified that the athlete has always shown remorse for killing Reeva Steenkamp. Let's cross live now to the North Gauteng High Court, where Iman Rapeti and Karen Moore are standing by. It's over to you, Iman.
Good afternoon, Dudu. You recall last month, of course, Oscar Pistorius found guilty of culpable homicide. We're back inside the North Gauteng High Court as we enter the closing chapter of this particular saga, trying to answer the question that perhaps is on many people's lips today. Will Oscar Pistorius actually serve a day behind bars? Karen Moore was inside court today. Karen, one of these submissions made by a probation officer had prosecutor Gerrie Nel seething with some of the options for sentencing that he was putting forward.
We had a fascinating scenario, Iman, today, where the Correctional Services Department had been asked through the defense team. They essentially went to the state and said, please, can we get a report on Oscar Pistorius' suitability for correctional supervision? They got this report this morning, and the Correctional Services Department, which is of course a government department, essentially said he's a prime candidate for it. We believe that he should spend about 3 years under correctional supervision, which means he doesn't go to prison, but does mean that he does have certain limited abilities to socialize, etc., etc. The backlash certainly on social media was almost immediate, and Gerrie Nel describing that submission as shockingly inappropriate, asking the official in question whether he had considered the terrible impact that Reeva Steenkamp's death had had on those who loved her.
Maybe just describe in a bit more detail, Karen, what correctional supervision and the suggestions put forward, particularly in Oscar's case, comprise.
Well, essentially what happens with correctional supervision is it's a form of house arrest. The exact nature of it is determined between the correctional supervision officer and the accused or the convicted person. Basically, you're allowed to go out, you're allowed to work. Oscar Pistorius would be allowed to go and train, should he be given correctional supervision. Interestingly enough, he would also be allowed to compete if he got permission from the Department of Justice and Correctional Services for him to be able to do that. So it does create quite a bit of leeway, but the official really stressing in his evidence, Joel Moringa, that in fact correctional supervision is a harsh sentence, that in fact it's limited the rights of the accused or the convicted person to really engage a lot with humanity. They essentially work, they may go to church, and that's pretty much it. Of course, Gerrie Nel, as we've seen, going to argue very strongly that simply you can't compare it to the kind of harshness of a jail term, which he believes Oscar Pistorius deserves.
So there are going to be, several processes to this final week when we're hearing sentencing. Today we are witnessing arguments in mitigation of sentence, and those are all the arguments that will minimize a potential sentence that the judge will give. We also heard from psychologist Lorna Hartzenberg today, and she described Pistorius as a broken man, a man who's lost everything, a man who in fact still hasn't gotten over the events of the 13th of February last year.
Of course, Gerrie Nel responding to that, well, at least, he's still alive, in direct reference to Reeva Steenkamp. And we do expect the state to make much of the fact, as it, obviously understandably will, that a young woman has lost her life and left a huge void to those who loved her. But essentially the psychologist called because she had been with Oscar Pistorius since, almost immediately, the days after the shooting incident, wanted to give her direct first-hand observations of him and really put forward to the court that this was not a person who had not shown remorse, which of course remorse is one of the massive issues in sentencing. We see very harsh sentences imposed where the court believes that an accused person hasn't taken responsibility and hasn't demonstrated remorse. So clearly her evidence very key to that defense argument that Oscar Pistorius is massively sorry and that sending him to jail to rehabilitate him is not necessarily a requirement at this point.
All right, Karen, we can leave it there for the moment. Dudu, when we come back a little later on, we'll talk about what we can expect for the rest of the week outside or inside the North Gauteng High Court. Right now, from a peak hour Pretoria CBD, it's back to you in Johannesburg.
Thanks, Iman. We'll be catching up with you a little bit later. That was Iman Rapeti and Karen Moore from the North Gauteng High Court.